Okay, folks, it is 10 a.m. and we are going to call this special council meeting a budget day to order at 10 a.m. And the first motion is to adopt the agenda, moved by Councillor Maybe, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fody, that the agenda be adopted as circulated. Any comments? Not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And we're carried. Next item on the agenda is declaration of pecuniary interest in general nature thereof. Does anybody have an interest to declare? Oh, somebody's got a, oh. Any interest to declare? I have no hands up. So we'll move forward with staff reports. 4.1, 2026 Mayor's Draft Municipal Operating and Capital Budgets. Motion comes forward from Councillor Antoine Hartley, seconded by Councillor Maybe, that the council receive Corporate Services Report 2025-028, 2026 Mayor's Draft Municipal Operating and Capital Budgets, and that the council receive the 2026 proposed operating budget with a net levy requirement of $13,520,300, and that the council receive the 2026 proposed township residential property tax rate of 0.00563325, and that council receive the 2026 proposed capital budget of $5,251,700, and that the 2026 mayor's draft municipal operating capital budgets as presented be accepted, and council waives the 30-day amendment period as required by OREG 530/22. So before we get any further down into the actual budget process, Madam Clerk, do you want to speak to the last part of the motion? Oh, sorry, okay, it's part of the presentation, never mind. So this is new, obviously, with the new regulations that came forward from the province. So Madam Clerk will give us the skinny on this, but anyway, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for my voice, but we will get through today. So welcome everyone to 2026 Budget Day. Thank everyone for all the contributions to get us up to this point, and we'll proceed. So just some housekeeping. This is the rough approach to what we're going to take today. I'll give a high-level overview of the budget approach, then I'll give a high-level operating budget overview, followed by the departmental budgets where the directors will present their operating budgets. We'll follow that with capital budget, and then we'll end the day with water and wastewater operating and capital. But before we get started, I am going to throw it over to the township clerk, who will go over the strong mayor legislation, as this is our first budget under this new legislation.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So under the new legislation that came into place in May of this year, there is strong mayor legislation. I know that our mayor has said that she doesn't intend to use it, but the way this portion of the legislation is written is that it has to be this way. She doesn't have a choice. So this budget is called the mayor's budget under OREG 530/22. So it defines the process to approve budgets. So the mayor is required to provide a proposed budget by February 1st of each year. Council can oppose amendments to the budget by passing resolutions to do so. There's a 30-day timeline after the draft budget is presented to propose those amendments. Council may shorten the 30-day amendment timeline by resolution. After the 30-day amendment period, or if it's shortened, if any amendments are made, the mayor can veto council amendments, and there's a 10-day timeline following that original timeline that she can do so, or she can shorten the timeline. So she can either veto amendments or she can shorten the timeline, and that would be through a mayoral decision. If the mayor vetoes a resolution, the resolution shall be deemed to not have been passed by council. Within 15 days after the expiry of the time period for the mayor to veto a resolution, council may override the mayor's veto if a 2/3 of the members of council vote to override the veto. Council may also pass a resolution to shorten that timeline. So all of these timelines can be reduced by resolution. And the budget is deemed to be adopted once all of the timelines run out. So it's a lot. I can help us through it. There are some resolutions, like the mayor just read the resolution that it has in it, that council waives the timeline for amendments. If there are amendments, then we'll go ahead and amend those resolutions, but we can work through that as we go.
Thank you very much. So just to reiterate what I had already said once before, I am not anticipating doing this budget any differently than what we have in the past. Staff have put together the budget. I have taken a look at it prior to it being presented here today. And obviously, this to me is a very important piece of the process, getting input from everybody. Council had their budgets a week and a bit ago, last Monday. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to take a look at it. And as the discussion continues today, if there are any amendments or things that we need to look at, I'm very open to that. The biggest thing is that in the past, what we've managed to do in some instances, if there isn't any major changes, we've been able to pass it here today. If there are any major changes and it needs to come back, then I'm open to that. So realistically, even though the legislation has changed on how it is presented, to me, this process stays very similar. We just have to follow whatever guidelines within here. Okay. So we can continue on.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first section, budget approach. So I will mention, this section doesn't have it, but when we get into the future slides, you'll see a little notice at the bottom, so you can follow along in the binder if you are watching at home or here. So it'll give the page number in the binder, and the general approach is to follow the flow of the binder as closely as we can. So, budget approach. The budget, when we bring budget, it's really the combination of many reports and activities and initiatives throughout the year. Obviously, a big one for the township is the township strategic plan. I'm not going to go too much into it. There's the main 4 pillars that the strategic plan rests on. I will say that when we get into the department, which is tab 3 of the binder, at the front of each department section, there is a chart. So any new initiatives are tied back specifically to the strategic plan, just to show that synergy and how it is tying back to the overall strategic plan of the township. These are other strategic documents. Not going to go through them, obviously, but it's just to show that there are many reports, many living documents that guide staff and guide council in what we bring forward through budget. And budget really is just putting them into action and putting resources behind many of the initiatives that come through these various reports and plans and studies. So high level building blocks for this year's budget. I'm sorry, I got to keep up on this screen. There's several here. The first one is the capital needs, which ties into our asset management plan. We will be bringing an updated asset management plan in January. But you'll see it's throughout the presentation, you'll keep hearing capital contributions to reserves and those needs. It's not just the capital contributions to reserves that form part of the budget, it's also debt servicing. So in 2025, we did issue new debt for the new Fire Hall 2. That is in the operating budget, and that puts pressure on the budget as we build it. The next block there is external agencies. That consists of the OPP, the Conservation Authority, and the library. OPP is a big part of our general levy. Most people probably remember last year and the news that was made around the OPP and the levies on municipalities. They did provide the one-time financial relief last year, and we'll discuss this later in the departmental sections. This year, the province did come through with an 11% cap, and we'll talk about how that impacts on the budget. Next block is just general CPP or CPI, sorry. The township's not immune to inflation, just like everybody, I'm sure at home, when you go to the grocery store, we all see what things cost these days. I would say many of the things that the township is responsible for, specifically things like fleet, far exceed even regular inflation. So that is definitely a challenge that the township faces when putting together a budget. The next building block is salary and benefits. So salary and benefits is the largest expense of the township. In this year, there are a couple new positions proposed. They'll get spoken to in the department sections, and there's also a temporary position for election assistant, which Michelle will speak to later in her section. Reserves and reserve funds. I'm not going to speak too much here because I have some slides coming up on that. But bringing in reserve funds, contributing to reserve funds, all that forms an important part of the financial health of the township and puts pressures on the budget. And then sort of high level, future growth. What are the demands of future growth? How can the township best prepare for that? Whether it's studies, long-term capital planning, and significant capital investment. And then finally, overall levels of service. So when we're building the budget, we're always considering, are we looking to maintain current levels of service? Are we looking to increase levels of service? What level of investment are we willing to put into that? So some challenges, for those who were here last year might recognize this slide. They're very much the same challenges we faced last year. So I kind of went into it on the previous one, but speaking about inflation, insurance this year, we're expecting to come in at about a 5%. It seems to have stabilized after years of real hyper increases in insurance. The last 2 years have kind of leveled off at 5%. That's good news, I guess, in a sense that we're not into the double-digit increases anymore. But we're still feeling that, and there's fleet again. The reserve fund contributions, debt servicing, external agencies. One thing I do want to talk on here is the comparison to neighboring municipalities. So that's levels of service. I know, favorite hobby of many is comparing. I'm sure everyone's going to look at what other lower tiers in our county, what they're coming in at, what their rates are going to be. I do always caution against that. Everybody's a little different. It's very much apples to oranges comparisons of the levels of service that each provides, what funding they get from other sources of government that we perhaps may not receive. So it's always just to keep that in mind. In saying that, in a couple of slides, I am going to have a tax comparison slide where I do just that. So we'll get to that. And then the last point there is the delay of the provincial reassessment. So we just got official notice yesterday. I got an email that the 2026 assessment is again frozen. Not a surprise. So I would just say property assessments are still at January 1st, 2016 levels. And this will be the 6th year now with the freeze in place. And all that is to say that shifts a lot of the pressure onto the actual tax rate to fund any levy increases.
Sorry, Mr. Treasurer, I should have said this at the beginning. If anybody has questions as we go, just throw your hand up. Okay, Councillor, maybe go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you, as you said, they have frozen it. Have they given any indication when they might assess again?
Through you, Mayor, the letter yesterday didn't really give any indication. It just said that now they're saying in light of tariffs and hyperinflation and all the instability in the world today that I think we can all see if we turn on a TV, that they're basically being cautious with that, and they don't want to throw in more instability per se. But
So what I might add to that is that them not putting in phase in doesn't preclude us from continuing to run the municipality. The difference is that instead of phase in being part of our levy that comes automatically, we're just having to bake it into our own tax rate. So as the treasurer continues on, he'll speak to if phase in was still a thing and we were at the same sort of rate as phase in was prior to them stopping, and what that would have made our tax rate look like if phase in still existed. So.
Right, back to me, I guess. So I'm just going to give a high level overview of the operating budget before we get into the department slides. So this is tab 2 of the budget binder if you are following along. So high level, it is proposed a 4.9% township residential tax rate increase. At this time, we don't have the county's proposed increase officially. So just to give some perspective, last year, the township's portion of the rate was about 47% of the overall, county's 40, and education's about the other 13. So that just kind of gives a mix of what the overall tax rate is. So to get to that tax rate, this year we're proposing about a $13.5 million tax levy requirement, and that's up about $650,000 from 2025, or about 5.1%. Overall levy increase. We have 1.1 million coming in from reserve funds into the operating fund to help relieve some of those budget pressures, for many one-time expenses through the special project reserve. And I'll touch on this in a bit. We are proposing the use of some tax stabilization reserve, about $300,000 this year as well. Debt payments, servicing for the year is just under $500,000 there at 482, and that primarily consists of the new fire hall that came on. That's about 409,000 of that, and then we have the existing loan for the fire training center and this building as well. And then contribution to capital reserves, which makes up a good chunk of the overall operating levy, that is proposed to increase to 3.1 million in 2026. That's a 5% increase over last year's contributions, or about $146,000. Yep, Jeff, sorry.
Through you, Your Worship. Just before we get going, I never thought to ask, what is 1% on the tax rate?
Yeah, you're stealing my thunder through you, Mayor. There is a slide coming up. 1% this year is 128,900. So 1% is basically $130,000. $130,000. It's 128,900. So that's what 1% increase in the residential rate will raise that much on the tax levy. So just moving on, just want to provide a quick summary of the tax rate and levy requirement. So this kind of shows over the last 5 years. Last 5-year average overall, the township has seen about a 4.8%. So this year's 4.9 is pretty much right in line with that average increase over the last 5 years. The overall average has been about 3.8 when you factor everything in. And then this kind of shows, so we have a $651,000 increase this year. And what those numbers are showing is this kind of shows the effect of the assessment freeze versus tax rate increases. So if we did not change our residential tax rate at all, just on the assessment growth of 0.2% this year, we would have received an extra $24,400. So essentially, our increase in our levy of 651, 24,000 of that's coming from the assessment growth of 0.2%. The other 626,000 is coming as a result of increase in our residential rate. So you can see that sort of imbalance there, whereas in previous years, which I'll speak to, so in our previous assessment cycle, when we had the phase-in, we averaged about 2.7%. The last 5 years with the frozen, we're averaging about 0.5. So you can see there's a 2 to 2.5% gap any 1 year. So basically, the operating levy increases are basically being funded through tax rate, whereas before it would have probably been like a 50-50 mixture. So that's kind of what the mayor was speaking to earlier.
So if we were to have phase-in, including the increase from assessment, if phase-in was still a thing, we'd be at a 2.6% increase, thereabout.
Based on averages, yeah, I would expect it to be around there, yeah.
So and this is where the percentage stuff drives me a bit crazy, because while 4.8 seems higher than what other municipalities or some neighboring municipalities might be projecting, and then there's some that are significantly higher than ours. When you look at it from an overall factoring in what phase-in would have been, and then what we have to do to make that up, it's fairly reasonable. But to the point that was already made, I don't see this government or potentially future governments changing assessment. And it's just a way where they don't have to, they're not taking any of the heat for this. Basically, it's all on us. But that's what we're elected to do, is to make sure that we have the resources and the things that we need in order to deliver the services that people are expecting.
Right. And I think it's important to mention, like, even with the phase-in assessments, it's at the end of the day, it's the same tax bill impact. So whether 6 years ago you passed a 2%, likely their taxes were going up 4.5-ish with their assessment phase-in, whereas now it's just being seen in the tax rate. So, I mean, you can call it a messaging thing, but it just means that you as council really have to wear it as the tax rate.
So, and not to beat this horse to death, but the overall increase that the taxpayer is seeing is no different than it was when it was with phase in. We're not incurring any major projects based on this. Like, this isn't going up. Neighboring townships are projecting, I think Gananoque is projecting 9% increase. But if you look at their tax rate versus our tax rate, and I realize that's not an apples to apples comparison, it's a town. They have different service levels than we do, but 9% on their budget is significantly more than ours. No different than Front of Young or Burrito Lakes. So we still, well, I'm not going to steal any thunder for the treasure, but
That's the next slide.
okay. Well, then I'll stop doing.
Go right there.
I won't go down the Mr. Lackey's road.
So the next slide, everyone's favorite, is the residential tax rate comparison. So this slide is comparing all the lower tiers in our county. So this just shows the lower tiers residential tax rate impact per 100,000 of assessment. So this is based on 2025 tax rates, because not everyone has brought budgets forward this year at this point. So you can see for 2025, we're the green line there. We were the second lowest in the county. So for every 100,000 in assessment, our taxes was $539. The red line there is with the proposed 2026 rate. So that's a bit of an increase up to $565. You can see even compared to 2025 rates of all the neighboring municipalities, we're still pretty much the second lowest. You'll see on there some neighboring municipalities. So City of Brockville, Prescott, Gann, which are often compared with us, they're all single tier. So they're not in here with the county. But if you did look at the overall rate, their overall rate compared to our residents' overall rate, when you factor in county and education rates, those three would actually be three of the four highest overall, with Gann actually being the highest. For every 100,000 in assessment, town of Gananoque last year was $1,776. Our township was 1,100 or Athens was the lowest at 1,103, and we were 1,143. So you can see there's quite a gap there. Westport's the only one of the lower tiers that would be up with those three single tiers, but just to give some perspective on the overall tax rates per 100,000. So I know we were talking about tax rates, but I always like to put this slide in here just to really focus on the basic formula of how we determine people's taxes and their tax bills. It's just the basic formula of your assessment times the tax rate equals your taxes owing. So taxes owing from us as the township, that's really our levy requirement. So really the tax rate is the byproduct of, we control the levy requirement, the expenses, the net expenses of what we need to provide the services that we do. So we've talked about it previously, but previously we saw a 2.7 increase. Now we're seeing an average of 0.5. This year our assessment's gone up 0.2. So the assessment's pretty much stable. Our levy's gone up a bit, so that's why the tax rate's going up. On an individual homeowner's perspective, for those who aren't aware, I strongly recommend you look at your assessments, and this is what feeds into it. The median average weighted assessment in our township is $208,000 for a single detached residential home, and that's provided by MPAC. So in saying that, these are
Sorry, Mr. Treasurer, I have a question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. Just as a offset here, and we may not know this, historically, have we ever had a flat rate ever? That's 0% increase.
I don't believe that historically this municipality has not.
So
You're talking about tax rate,
Yeah,
not assessment.
Yeah.
So the other thing that feeds into that, our assessment increase is only driven at this point by building and renovations and new construction. But the other part of it is also if there's anybody that purchases a home, for example, and it's assessed, let's say it's assessed at 600,000, but they buy it at 400,000, they have the right to reach out to MPAC and do what's called a request for reconsideration to lower their tax rates. So all of that gets mathematically done, and that's what the result is the $24,000
Yes.
increase.
And I would say any requests for reconsideration, those are recognized immediately in full. Even during the phase in is always over 4 years. Any lowering is done
Immediate.
immediately.
Yeah.
So
It's, and I think it's challenging for the average taxpayer not sitting here and listening to many of these delegations and the communications that we get from the province. But understanding your assessment from MPAC is really important. And if people have questions in regards to their assessment, if their assessment is higher than what they paid for, which is more unlikely at this point due to COVID, but they need to get in touch with MPAC directly.
Yes. Thank you very much.
this slide here kind of looks at the impact from the average household's perspective based on the $208,000 median assessment. The chart on the left is high level, sort of by department, where that money goes, and the left is kind of by expenditure type. So you can see based on a $208,000 median assessment, the annual amount for township taxes is $11.76, which is $98 a month or $3.22 a day. This is an increase of $55 over last year based on the median assessment. So the 2026 proposed budget, this is just by the departments and the non-departmental. Not going to spend much time on here, but the overall levy requirement again is about 13.5 million, which is a 5.1% increase or about $650,000 over last year. And directors are going to speak directly to their operating budgets momentarily. The next slide here is what I call normalized operating changes. So the idea is this slide, it seeks to show where that 5.1% levy increase, where is it actually coming from? So you kind of remove all the noise where like maybe there's one-time study in the budget next year. So you see contracted services go way up, but it's covered through a reserve fund. So there's no net impact on the tax rate or that levy increase. It's an in and an out that way. So it kind of strips it of all that to show this is where the increases are coming from. So when you look at this, you can see out of that 5.1 levy, the largest increase is 2.9% coming from salaries and benefits. There's a 1.1% is the impact of increasing the contribution to capital reserves. So when you add those two up together, that's about 80% of the increase. There's an increase for the debt servicing cost as well as contracted services. So it's just to kind of explain and show where does that increase come from at the end of the day. Reserve fund withdrawal. So I spoke earlier, we're bringing in about 1.1 million from the reserve funds into the operating budget. This is on page 10 of the binder. I'm not going to go through each, but you can see this year we do have about 300,000 in tax stabilization, which I'm going to speak on the next slide. The other uses, we have special projects, which is a lot of the one-time initiatives that are going on. We are bringing in proposing to bring in $58,000 from the election reserve fund. 2026, as you may know, is an election year. So for the 3 previous years, we put money away into the reserve, and then in election year, we bring it out to smooth that impact out. The community grant reserve fund, there's 25,000 for the cemetery grants, then 100,000 for community grants. The community improvement plan, and then the building permit reserve fund to balance their budget. I would also note that tab 7, which is Appendix B in the binder, does provide a continuity schedule for 2026 for each reserve fund to kind of give a high-level projection of where we expect the balances to be at the end of the year. So the tax stabilization reserve fund. So this year, we are proposing to utilize it. This table's on page 11. So the idea of the tax stabilization reserve fund is to mitigate risks to the tax rate increases, whether it's from unexpected revenue losses, i.e. with the blue box material agreement compared to our old Stewardship Ontario money we received, or large expenditures that we will phase in over time. So we're proposing to use it this year to brace a bit against the impact of the new debt issuance, so it doesn't all hit in this year, to smooth that out over 3 years, as well as the lost revenue from the agreement and the OPP contract, which I'll speak to in a bit as well. So just to give a high level of, these are the areas we're using the stabilization reserve. If there's any questions on that. Just a quick slide on the debt repayment. Just wanted to provide this as it has gone up this year. So overall, our debt servicing this year is about 480,000. As mentioned earlier, we have the fire station number 2. So that was about a $6.5 million 25-year loan that we took out in August of this year for a 3.87% borrowing rate. Renewal is for 3 years. Then we have the existing loan, which is split between the fire training center and then the municipal office and garage. That loan at the end of 2025 has about $285,000 remaining on it, and it will be paid off by 2030, so it'll drop off. And just high level, the annual repayment limit for the township, which is set out by legislation of how much the township is allowed to borrow, based on 25% of own source revenues, our limit this year is about $4 million. So you can see we're about 12% of the way there. We're nowhere close to the RL limit, which is great from the financial health part of view of the township, but just to provide some perspective. And then lastly, the capital reserve fund transfer. So this is obviously a big part of the operating levy. We've proposed to increase it about 5% this year, or 146,000, and it's up to about $3.1 million. And this will be discussed further on in the capital budget section. The capital reserve funds are the main source of funding for our capital projects, so it's important we keep this reserve fund building and trying to bridge the infrastructure gap as much as we can. Are there any questions before we move to the departments?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just back a page. When you're referring to the fire training center at 58%, municipal office and garage at 42, is that the percent left owing on those 2 loans?
That's how, so it's one loan. That's the percentage that the loan is split. So
Okay, you're just, okay.
Yeah.
You're just showing the split. Thank you.
I have Councillor Leclerc.
Yeah, thank you. And through you, I'm just curious about on page 10, the list of special projects. Some of those stand out to me as like, yes, that's a special project that would be a one-off. And some of them, I wonder if they are more annual pieces. Like, I'm just wondering if you can speak to that list a little bit. Thank you.
yes, a lot of those will be spoken to specifically in the department sections, but they're not annual. So if they're annual, we don't use the special. If it's something that's going to be annual, then we need to bake it into our rate and it needs to exist. So we don't use special projects reserve fund for that. I'm trying to look to see. They're usually cyclical things. There might be things that have to happen every 5 years, like the building condition assessments happens every 5 years. So we use the reserve fund to smooth out that impact. I know the specific projects will be spoken to by the departments, but no, they don't. If it's not a one-time thing, then we don't use the reserve fund because we do need to bake that into the rate.
And just, sorry, before you get going, we will break for comfort breaks at times. So if anybody needs a break and I'm not paying attention, please put your hand up. All ready?
Jeff?
Go ahead, Councillor Lackey.
No, but thanks anyway.
Yeah.
Through you, Your Worship, you alluded, Phil, to you're doing some more on OPP.
Yeah, very shortly, yeah, under the external agencies.
So I guess my question is, I could wait, but is it capped now? Is it a 7%,
It was capped at 11%
11%?
based on last year's number, yeah,
Okay, thank you.
for this year anyways, yes.
Which was a win because if they had of,
You're just gonna steal all my thunder today, Jeff. Yes, if it wasn't capped, the cap saved us about $290,000 this year. So if it wasn't capped, that's what our bill would have been, almost $300,000 higher.
We're using the last of the grant.
No, we still have a little bit left of that we can use for 2027.
I was just gonna add that it was capped on the adjusted value from last year, so it wasn't
Yes.
capped on the total amount. So last year we paid an adjusted amount and then the 11% was on that cap. So there's still that disparity in there that exists.
Yeah.
so it's, but it, you know, and again, I'm not trying to minimize it here on TLTI, but luckily, our staff had the foresight to recommend that we put a little bit away, put increase, rather than just taking the windfall and the one-time payment from the province, that we are able to smooth this out a little bit. And I know that neighboring municipalities are not in that position right now.
All right. So moving on, now we are on tab 3 of the binder for those following. We're going to go through the department budgets, and luckily I won't have to speak through all this, so you'll get to hear from all the other directors. But speaking of stealing my thunder, here's the slide, Jeff. 1% equals 128,900. So really, this is just a slide. Keep in mind, for council, if you're thinking of, you don't see an initiative that you want to see in there, you want to make an amendment, or you want to pull something out, or vice versa, 1% equals about 130,000, just for context.
I'm just adding clarity in case anybody's watching from the interwebs. This is in Canadian dollars and not euros.
Oh, is that a euro?
It's all right. It's just a small little thing. I just wanted to be very clear with the public.
I had the clerk proofread this, and she didn't point that out.
So just I saw the euro symbol. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we're still dealing
Euro
with
would be-
Canadian
It's definitely
dollars.
Canadian dollars. Sorry, not Bitcoin, not euro. I'll have to remember that. So I'd say that we're gonna deviate a bit from the order of the binder. We're gonna do external agencies out of respect for our CEO of the library. So in case she has better things to do today, she'll get to speak early. So external agencies is made up of the OPP, Cataraqui Conservation, and then the Leeds of the Thousand Islands Public Library. So overall, the net levy impact is just under 2.6 million. This area is up about $55,000 or 2.2% over last year. And overall, the external agencies represents about 19% of the total township levy requirement. So it is a good size of the total levy requirement. And that's primarily driven through the policing contract. OPP. So the OPP, this table here I was trying to think of some way to visualize sort of what's happened over the last 2 years. So most on council remember last year, there was a lot of noise generated around the OPP increase at budget time. Municipalities were freaking out because the bill came in quite high because they had just renegotiated their union agreements. So last year, the province did step up and one-time relief and provided one-time relief. So last year, our original bill we received was just over $2 million. Province stepped in, provided about $300,000 in financial relief, dropped that bill to about $1.735 million, which is what we ended up paying this year. As the mayor said, council was presented with 3 options for how to treat that $300,000. And the idea was use some of those savings last year and then put $122,000 of it to the tax stabilization reserve to brace for future increases in 26 and so on. So for 2026, as of the creation of the budget, we hadn't received our billing statement. We do have it now, and it did confirm our number, thankfully. So we were bang on. the province has put an 11% cap in place. So that 11% is on that 1.735 number. So in 2026, our police statement is for 1.926 million. So that is an increase of $190,000 over last year. In terms of the budget impact, you can see there that there is no net levy budget impact this year in 2026. So that $190,000, part of that is we're not making that $122,000 contribution to the reserve. So that alleviates some of that. And then we brought in 68,000 from the reserve that was put aside. So it brings it down to zero. So to answer your question, we still have about 58,000 in the reserve fund that we will be able to use in 2027 to help brace for that impact. And as we mentioned earlier, the 11% cap, if that wasn't in place this year, our bill would have been about 2.2 million or $291,000 higher. So I don't know. We'll see what happens next year. At some point, there's gonna have there. I mean, not to be a doomsday, but there's got to be a reconciliation at some point of what the true bill is. But for now, that's where we're at. So there, although the bill is up $190,000, there is no impact on the tax levy increase for next year. That partly due to the planning from last year. Are there any questions on the OPP bill or? Perfect. The next is, I'm not going to spend time on this. We had the general manager from the Cataraqui Conservation here at Committee of the Whole on the 1st. They are proposing about a $10,000 increase, which is about 5.7%. So that's the apportionment that we receive to help fund the Cataraqui Conservation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Cindy, who is the CEO.
While you're coming up, I'll make some comments in regards to the CRCA. You have likely heard in the news that the province is making a move to put an overall agency in place, and how that may or may not affect the Cataraqui Conservation in the future. Having said that, the provincial government has made these plans. However, it will take time for them to be instituted. So Cataraqui Conservation will continue to operate as expected and as they have in the past until the changes from the government are solidified. The government is still taking input from external folks, whether it be municipalities, what have you. I know that Cataraqui were at meetings last week. And as was Mayor Jones from the village of Westport, who is also the head of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. There is many holes in this particular path that they've chosen. So all that to say, I think it will be somewhat fraught for a bit before they've really nailed down how this is going to work. Financially, I don't want to put anything out there. She did send along the slide deck, which I'm happy to share with you. The gentleman who was giving the presentation seemed as unsure as to how this would work out. But be forewarned that it is expected that the municipalities will pay for this, will continue to pay this levy. What it looks like in the future, we cannot say at this point in time. So I just want to ask you to brace yourselves, because I don't know what that's going to be. Thank you. Sorry to steal some of your time there. Go ahead.
Here we go. So good morning. I'm really pleased to present the library's portion of the 2026 draft budget. So you'll see our slide there of our vision and mission statement. Ms. Spring basically explains the goals that we're going to have for the library and continuing with our strategic plan going forth. There is an increase of $44,600 over 2025 budget, and it primarily accounts to staff salaries and step increases. We're also requesting some additional hours to be used to provide more opportunity for community outreach events, patron technology assistance, and staff training. The request for this increase in hours is a cost savings alternative rather than having an employee's part-time status move to full-time. The next slide. So these are just some of our goals, the larger goals, but attainable, and there are also ongoing library goals for 2026. The first one, organizational culture. The reality is that staff salaries account for 80 to 90% of most libraries' budgets, representing the library's biggest investment and most valuable resource. Training and development protect the investment from becoming obsolete and out of touch with current demands, greatly hindering a library's ability to be successful. A healthy organizational culture is crucial on ongoing staff engagement and retention. It also encourages staff to use their voice and put themselves out there, to be open-minded and invested in finding strategies and solutions that create a great place to work, improve library services, and the library's capacity to provide innovative services. So the additional hours, as I mentioned, request will enable staff to continue to think beyond the library walls, offer more program outreach events, for example, bringing resources to local retirement homes and schools which are not within walking distance of our branches. Increased hours will also allow for more planning and training, and these hours will positively impact the service level the community experiences from our library staff. We're going to be continuing developing our organizational plans, such as strategic, operational, collection development, programming, technology, health and safety. And health and safety, something we want to include is practiced fire and other emergency drills in 2026. Our community partnerships, we're incredibly fortunate to have so many community relationships. And one of the things, as I discovered as I'm continuing my learning journey, is that libraries, and sometimes as well as municipalities, need to take time to celebrate every win. When I was creating the community portion of our accreditation audit, it allowed me to reflect on how special our community partners are. It is not uncommon that we constantly are jumping to the next project or event when one is finished and rarely slow down to appreciate what we have accomplished as a library or a collective group. And one of the greatest library's greatest partnership is, of course, the municipality. And together we continue to build a strong and inclusive working relationship. The library is grateful to be included in health and safety training initiatives and involved in the recreational working group. We receive support from payroll, human resources, and accounting services, and the facilities crew always provide assistance when asked. So in turn, the library staff are happy to be secondary stewards of the buildings in which we operate. The next goal is enhance, enrich, and create. Using grant funding to recreate our spaces and enrich our programs. And I can't thank enough the Leaves and Thousand Islands community for supporting our LEAF grant application. This process has clearly stated the need for a makerspace in our community and speaks volumes on how much the community values the library. Unfortunately, December 9th, we learned that we were not one of the successful recipients of this grant. Commonwealth received over 200 applications, representing more than $6.96 million of requests with only $400,000 in funding available. We continue to look for ways to bring artful creation to Leaves in the Thousand Islands and seek further funding to make this happen. Our next goal would be Friends of the Library Group. We're thankful that we have interested community members who would like to be part of a Friends group. And community support is integral to be part of this goal. Headed by our library chair, we are exploring information and requirements which are necessary to not only welcome a Friends group in the future, but also have it be a successful partnership for the library. The last goal is preparing for the future. Our current library's board has been a steadfast governing party, which enables the library staff to be who we are and joyfully do what we do. And I hope all members return for another term. In the meantime, legacy documents and policies, bylaws are in place, so organizational knowledge is seamlessly carried on. So in closing, I'd like to paraphrase or add some valued words of support We received during Ontario Public Library Week, during the celebration of our library barn quilt, It Takes a Village. The library is an integral part of our community, creating space for people to gather, learn, and grow, creating experiences, expanding minds, expanding our community, bringing people into our community, and keeping them here. Libraries are basically the heart of rural communities and have some of the most dedicated and community-minded staff you're going to find anywhere. You can have all the books, a beautiful space, but without the folks in the library greeting everybody that come through the door with respect and guidance, it's just a building. So thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak on behalf of the library today, and I wish you all a joyous and safe holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. We'll take questions for the library. Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, I don't have a question, I have a comment. And thank you, Cindy. From what I've heard numerous times all over the community is what a great job the library does
Thank
for the
you.
community. And thank you very much. You're doing a great job.
Thank you so much.
So, Councillor Maybe, go ahead.
And through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, Cindy, thank you very much for a great job that you're doing at the library. Having participated in some of the events just recently, it was a great honor, as well as I pop in once in a while
Yes.
when I'm still in my suit. And it's great to be greeted by everybody there, and keep up the great work. We look forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Kelman.
Thank you, Your Worship. And for you, I would also add my thanks. And I also just wanted to note that both the library CEO and the program coordinator sit on the recreation working group, and they're dedicated members, and their input has been really invaluable because they get a lot of frontline feedback from our residents. All three of our branches are true hubs for our communities, both for permanent residents and also for visitors to the area. And they do all of that with part-time staff. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I would like to make one final comment. This is my 7th year sitting in this chair. Where we started 7 years ago was very different than what we see here today. But I want to say a couple of words of thanks. Thank you to Councillor Kelman, who continues to sit on that board as a representative of the municipality. I thank you for the comments that you made in regards to the partnerships that we've established and the excellent working relationship between finance and HR and all the things that are somewhat difficult in an organization to have on call when you're not operating with, 40, 50, 60 people. Having access to professionals in HR and finance is really key. But I know that the library remains one of the few places that folks can go for little or zero cost. When the assault in the world on education becomes a bit dark, the libraries are a beacon of hope for anybody who wishes to learn and grow, and having the hubs, as Councillor Kelman indicated, in our respective communities is a really important piece. And lastly, I will say that I received some feedback in regards to a program that's being held, I believe, at the library early on from the county, and it's just exploding in our community right now.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of young families with children, and I'm speaking for myself, and I know that it was an integral part of my kids and my sanity, being able to go to the library with the kids for them to play with different things, learn different things, do crafts, whatever the activity was. So I think that this is money very well spent by the municipality personally. And thank you to the board chair who's also here today, alongside yourself and your dedication for stewarding this very important service that serves all residents, regardless of income, regardless of whether they're passing through, you're here for them all. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Back to me, I guess. So we're going to go back to the beginning of tab 3 now to get back on order. And I'll go over the first section on page 20, which is the taxation and non-departmental. So this area is the areas outside of the department. So things like property taxes, casino revenue and reserve transfers, capital reserve funds and debt. And this is where council's budget actually lives as well. So for 2026, the overall levy impact is about 2.1 million, or an increase of about 173,000 or 9% over 2025. And this levy requirement is about 15% of the total township levy requirement. You can see, so just go through sort of the different areas. The casino and reserve transfers. So this includes the money the township receives each year through the casino revenue through OLG, as well as the transfer to the Special Projects Reserve Fund and the Community Grants Reserve Fund as a result of that money. For 2026, we are expecting the revenue from the casino to continue to decrease slightly, and we've budgeted at 875,000. So there is a figure on page 9 that, going back to section 2, making a liar of myself, but that kind of shows the progression over the last 10 years of the casino revenue, of how it has been slightly declining. So that really just highlights the importance of the overall goal of how we are trying to make it tax rate neutral, so that our operating tax rate is not dependent on this revenue, and we continue to do that through a corresponding transfer to the Special Project Reserve Fund. So for this year, the net impact of the two is further $25,000 decrease.
So just for those who might be watching online, the page number that he was speaking about in the fully tabbed binder that was circulated shows that the original, not the original, since 2016, in 2016, we were getting 1.75 million, essentially. And as of last year, we were just over 900,000. That is a significant decline. And I thank staff for having forethought and foresight to back off gradually what we have been putting in our reserves for capital improvements and funding our community grants program and all those sorts of good things, which are all valid things. But when you look at that, that is a crazy amount of money that we were dependent on at one point in time. Okay. So
this section also includes the transfer to Gananoque for the casino property tax levy. So we actually split that 50-50, the actual property tax levy as well. And for 2026, that's about $190,000 is that transfer over. Non-departmental on here, that's largely made up of OMPF, which is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. And good news for 2026 is that increased about $83,000 over the prior year. And then you can see council is up slightly over last year as well, and that's mainly the result of normal annual salary increases, as well as some additional allocation towards training and development and conferences. And that was just to bring it more in line with actuals.
So our OMPF funding has gone up this year, but our OSIF funding has gone down.
OSIF went down, yes, continuing that.
But we're still net positive between the two, I believe.
And I would say this area does include OSIF, which is the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, as well as CCBF, which is the old Fed gas tax, is what most people know of from the federal government. Those are flow through. So we receive the money and then we immediately transfer it to the obligatory reserves and they're used for capital. So the OSIF is down. CCBF is flat for this year. They don't have an impact on the tax rate because they just get transferred right to the reserves. But yes, OSIF is down. They capped that at 10%, I believe, the decrease this year, which every municipality I know got that max decrease. Someone out there got an increase. I've yet to find them, but it is the same pot. So some of the big key revenue and operating expenses from this section, I'm not going to go through all of them, but we do have the casino revenue. You can see the OMPF grant. So we're about 1.15 million the township receives in OMPF, which is certainly good. The capital reserve transfers of just under 3.1. We make an annual contribution to the tax stabilization reserve of 45,000. This section includes the debt repayment for the fire hall number 2 of 409,000. Special project reserves, there's the casino tax levy transfer to town of Gad. And that just shows the amounts for CCBF, which is 321,000, and the OCIF grant of 279. Oh, sorry, I did not move the slides in accordance. So some of the key operating changes this year in this section, we've increased the contribution to the capital reserve funds by 146,000. Debt payments, the net debt payment is up 179,000. So we had budgeted about the debt to come online about halfway through the year in 2025. So that lessened the impact of that 409. And then I would also say, but we are proposing to bring in some tax stabilization reserve. So the net impact of that debt increase of that 180 with the stabilization reserve is about a $60,000 impact on the tax levy for next year. The net impact of the casino revenue and this transfer to special project reserve is down 25,000. The OMPF up 83, like I've said, and OCIF has gone down again this year, continuing that trend. Are there any questions on the non-departmental section?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. With the OCF, is this a constant trend that'll end up at zero, or is it?
No. Sorry, through you, Mayor. No, it won't end up at zero. They changed the allocation method probably 3 or 4 years ago now, tying it into asset management plans and reporting. So they haven't decreased the overall level of funding, but they've changed how it gets allocated amongst municipalities. Unfortunately, we've seen ours trending down. And I made a joke of it, but every municipality I talk to says theirs have gone down as well. It was capped at a 10% decrease this year. That might just be people who have seen increases, maybe don't want to say they got an increase because they know everyone else has gone down. The list will get published. I haven't seen it yet. But no, there is still the overall pot of funding available through the province. It's just how they allocate it amongst municipalities, and it's meant to be based on need.
So would say, and I have nothing to back this up, but because we have additional resources that most other municipalities have, I think that partners into the factoring. However, I do know that larger centers with larger capital needs are often receiving increases versus dependent on what's going on. But it's one of the things that we lobby for through Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, as well as through AMO. I know that they're talking about trying to change the formula for rural municipalities versus urban, because to the point that the treasurer's made, the pot remains the same. It's just how they're sectioning it out.
Yes. And just as a follow-up then, so the asset management plays into this, and then that we are doing well in asset management and controlling our costs. Is that driving that reduction?
So we submit annual reports as part of OCIF that they base it on. So you have to have proper asset management. I would say we're maybe doing better than others by comparison. I don't want to say too much. It also depends on how people report things. Okay. And I know it's something they're trying to do better with, is to do consistency in reporting and not to cast aspersions, but the way not everyone's always consistent in how things get reported, and maybe their needs are reported. So, but they have been trying to fine tune it every year to kind of lock that down.
So what I can say, maybe ask staff to make us aware when those numbers are published, if you could do up a graph like what we had in regards to tax rates for all the county, just maybe an information report to council, because it may be something we want to delegate at AMO or Roma about, to say, hey, why are we all getting painted with this brush, or what can we do differently in order to increase our scores? Because it would be really interesting to know why we're taking the brunt of this. It would be interesting to know who, if any, in UCLG is getting more.
Yeah, and just for context, so in 2023, which was like the high of our OCF, we got 414,000. We're down to 279 now in 2026. So that kind of shows the decline.
Deputy Mayor Fode?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. I see I missed one of my own notes to myself. I didn't go back and compare the two grants. Are we in a net gain or a net loss? One's up, one's down.
Oh,
Yeah,
or
it's a
we,
net
it
gain,
would be a
isn't it?
net gain in the sense that, oh, yeah, OPF or OCIF went down
30.
about 31,000 and OPF's up about 83.
So
I do also want to emphasize like OCIF and the CCPF, those just flow through the operating. So they don't actually, it impacts us in that the less we get in OCIF, the more we got to contribute to our capital reserves to make up for it. That's where it impacts the tax rate in that sense. It's just less money. They're typically used for road projects. So it's less money that goes towards that annually.
Right, but it's still a net gain going into the books.
Yeah. OPF's up. Yeah, that gain of about $50,000 between the two, OPF and OCIF. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
go ahead. I don't have any other hands up.
So we're gonna move on to the CAO clerk at HR, and I'm gonna pass it over to Marty.
Yep, okay.
Oh.
Well, this might be a good place to take a 5-minute refreshment break and regroup. So just a 5-minute comfort break. Thanks.
Yep. for copy tape.
Okay, folks. We'll resume and we're at the slide budget binder, page 22, tab 3, and we're into CAO clerk and HR.
Over to Marty.
Yeah. So, had to get the coffee cake. So the CAO clerk and HR budget is very much the same as last year. So what it covers is the election, the administration budget, health and safety, emergency preparedness, livestock and fence viewers, and cemeteries. Overall, who's controlling the slides?
There we go.
Overall, the budget is reduced from a levy requirement. It is decreased from last year. We're down 1.9%, from 762 to 748. So the main areas where there have been changes this year is the election, given that 2026 is an election year. However, the impact of that is offset because it's being pulled from the reserve fund. With respect to emergency preparedness, it's gone up from $500 to $6,000. The reason for that being is that we need to train 2 new community emergency management coordinators so that we have a primary and a backup for that position. So there will be more emergency management training next year. What I'm hoping to do is bring an instructor to the area and hopefully offset the cost of that with including people from some other municipalities. I've been speaking with some other clerks departments that need the same training as well. So hopefully it won't cost us that much, but it is a 4-day training. So the fact that we need to train 2 people for a 4-day period, I've included enough in there based on what I've seen from other places. The livestock amount, that has been increased to be more reflective of the actual amounts. However, that is a flow-through amount. So the ministry, that is the kill. Sorry. The ministry reimburses the township for the money that's paid out. Our expenses are more the mileage for the assessment person to do the work. And cemeteries, there's been some increased money in there to address that. On the next slide, I'll ask Mel to speak to the WSIB component.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So the WSIB Excellence Program, and you'll see that piece there, it says WSIB Incentive Program. It is called the Excellence Program, and it's a performance-based incentive, and it helps the organizations make their workplaces safer while earning rebates. So the goal of the program is to reduce the risks of injuries and illness and reduce the impacts on the organization. It increases employee confidence, productivity, and psychological well-being, and improve reputation by modeling employers' commitment to health and safety. So how the program works is we get to select 5 topics based on 3 levels. So our 5 topics is based on the foundation, kind of the basis of the program. And it's based on the premiums we pay each year. So for every topic we complete, we will earn $5,500 per topic completed to the satisfaction of the WSIB. So we are permitted, like I mentioned earlier, to do 5 topics, and the possible rebates that we could see is $27,500. The topics that we've selected this year are health and safety communication, health and safety participation, hazard reporting, workplace inspections, and first aid. And so the deadline for us to complete these topics to the satisfaction of the WSIB is by September of 2026.
Okay. I do have a question. What do we pay in WSIB premiums per year? I realize that's a very granular question, but there is a method, the reason for why I'm asking. Like, is it 100,000? Is it 400,000? Like, I don't recall.
I do know based on the reason why the topics are, the potential to earn 5,500 per topic is because we pay over 100,000 in premiums. So go ahead. Bill.
Or hang on, so in the budget, we've budgeted that we're going to pay about 100 and net of this, or not net of this, about 117,000.
Okay.
So yeah, we're in six figures each year.
Okay, so I asked this question because the United Counties is a Schedule II employer. They self-insure. I would also think that it would be interesting to note if we manage to, if our claims are low. And the reason is because to me, it speaks back to doing this extra work ahead of time, keeping people healthy in the workplace, health and safety training, all of that kind of stuff, because that is something to be proud of, is that if we have folks that are employed here that are getting the help they need when they need it, rather than, and it's not to say that it doesn't still get used, but what I've learned a lot through the county process is when you pay when you're self-insured and you have to keep so much in reserves, your numbers of claims and the length of time they take to resolve themselves is an important piece of data. So I think this is an excellent initiative, but it would be interesting to have some context on how we perform as an employer and how many folks we've had make claims, let's say, in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
So just an
Thank
aside.
you. Yep.
Sorry, any other questions in regards to that? Seeing none?
Okay, so the next piece of this is the emergency management coordinator. I've already touched on that in the overview. We had an update report to council earlier this week regarding emergency management. So in 2026, we're going to be looking at our plan in a little bit more detail and looking at the different appointments, looking at appointing other people into terms of backup positions and support positions. So there will be more brought to council in terms of emergency management in the new year, but primarily the $5,000 amount budgeted is for the training for those two positions. And then Michelle is going to speak to the elections assistant.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. So a few months ago, I had brought a report to council with respect to options for voting. It was council's request to have 2 in-person paper ballot polling stations on the day of voting, one in the north and one in the south. So in accordance with the Municipal Elections Act, a returning officer or a deputy returning officer must be in attendance at each in-person polling station. Also, in accordance with the Act, if paper ballots are available, it is a requirement to hold a polling station on voting day at any long-term care home with 50 beds or more. So we do have one of those. With that in mind, there will be 3 polling stations on voting day that will need to be staffed at a minimum from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. With the long-term care home polling station as an exception, it can have modified times for voting. So it's therefore requested that an additional staff member, being an elections assistant, be hired for 14 weeks. And they will act as the deputy or as one of the deputy returning officers and will run one of the in-person polls on voting day along with other staff members. And they will be elections officials and scrutineers. That position will be funded by the Elections Reserve Fund.
Please go ahead, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, your worship, and to our clerk. On the remote site, the home, is that the same setup, electronic plus paper? Sorry.
Yes, so we will still have we just passed a bylaw last week or on Monday. So we will still have the electronic voting options, so telephone and online, along with the in-person.
And they're on the same time frame as well for the hours of voting?
So the electronic, it's up to the clerk's discretion when that is open, with a maximum, I think, of 4 weeks ahead of voting day. So that will be open 24/7, the electronic piece. And then in person we'll have 2 in person ahead of time. And then we'll have 2 on day of.
So there's 2 advance polls.
Yes, those won't be held on the exact same day. And the reason for that will be to kind of train and staff up this elections assistant to be able to run the in-person poll by themselves on the day of.
And with the long-term care home, the same applies, the hours of voting?
So the hours of voting can be modified based on the clerk's discretion for the long-term care home. I've taken a look at what happened in the last voting day. So they had the poll set up from 7 until 9 a.m., I believe, 7 a.m. until 9 a.m. And I will be reaching out to the long-term care home well in advance to see what the best option for them is for that day. And if advanced polling is necessary, maybe we can do some advanced polling to kind of alleviate the pressures on voting day.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
So through your worship, cemeteries isn't on this slide, but it was on the previous slide. There is a bit of an increase in the budget this year. Municipalities are seeing some pressure from the BAO, which is the authority over cemeteries in the province. Any cemeteries that are abandoned, municipalities are required to take over maintenance and care. Basically, we have to run them if there's nobody else to take over. So as we're seeing individuals that have cemetery boards and churches, those individuals are kind of getting out of it. They're getting older, and younger individuals aren't wanting to take on that responsibility. Along with, we're seeing less burials in cemeteries, so the revenue just isn't there. So we're seeing cemeteries being downloaded to municipalities, and the increase in that is solicitors to help take over the expenses and owning those cemeteries. So that's what that
transfer
increase
of
is for.
property.
That's correct. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, worship. Through you to our clerk. How many cemeteries are we responsible for now?
Currently, we own and or maintain, I think, 14.
Still 14?
Yeah, we just took over one last year, which is Lyndhurst St. Luke's.
Right.
And then there are an additional about 35 to 40 in the township that are currently run by cemetery boards or churches.
With regards to the township taking over a cemetery, does the township have the right to close the right to accept more burials? Like, can you close it out?
I would have to look into that through the BAO. There are certain cemeteries, and we have lots of them in various states. Some are active, some are inactive. Some active ones don't have plot sales available anymore, but are still accepting burials because the plots have been sold, but the burials haven't taken place.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? Moving along.
Okay, so the slide is just a summary of some of the changes that were also on one of the previous slides. So our election expenses are up, and that is because it's being drawn from a reserve fund because it's an election year. As the clerk just mentioned, we have some increases in terms of solicitors' costs related to cemeteries, and we are seeing, Michelle, is that a decrease in burial fee revenues?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We decreased the CAO contingency fund. It was more than it needs to be. So we've decreased that this year. And as we've already touched on, we increased the amount of funding for livestock kills. But again, most of that is a flow through because we're reimbursed by the province.
Any further questions? Okay, corporate services is next.
Thank you, Mayor. So back to me. Corporate services. So corporate services is made up of finance, IT, and communications and community engagement. So for 2026, there's a slight increase of about 32,000, bringing the total levy requirement to 847,300, which is an increase of about 3.9% over 2025. And corporate services makes up 6% of the total township levy requirements. So, and the overall increase of 30,000 there is predominantly through IT, which I'll discuss coming up. So just to touch on some of the strategic initiatives within corporate services for 2026. So this one's in-house, so we'll be undertaking this ourselves, but we did want to just highlight it, and that is we do want to work on a reserve and reserve fund policy review and update. It's good to do every few years to make sure that the reserve funds we do have are performing the way we want them to perform. Looking at the mix of the reserve funds, maybe there's some overlap in some of the reserve funds we have, so maybe providing a little more clarity and definition to them. Another important part is currently a lot of our reserve funds don't have minimum or maximum balance targets, which is an important part of reserve funds. You don't want to build them up indefinitely if you're not using them. So it's setting those min maxes and then mechanisms to how to get there. So when you do want a minimum reserve fund balance, let's say in our working fund, which is there for emergencies, you don't want it to fall below a certain threshold. So mechanisms that if it does fall. So it's just redefining that. Part of this will also be looking at our surplus distribution policy as well. So right now, when we bring our annual financial statements, if we do have any surplus, it's split 50-50 between the contingency reserve and working fund. So it's also just looking at that balance and maybe making some recommendations on that. So that is going to be an important endeavor that the township's we're going to undertake for 2026.
Just to comment in regards to those reserve funds, we've had a number of, the treasurer and I have had a number of conversations about this. The min-max thing is important because this municipality has not had that in the past. And I know that Councillor Lackey, in his many terms previous to this, would note that there was one fund that got excessively high and then they just changed the name of the policy or redistributed it to capital. It's not that it went anywhere, it just changed its name. But if we put these floors and ceilings on them, then it helps planning from the minimum point of view. And then the maximum point of view, it helps put that into places that are in need. But it's really a guidebook for the treasurer, which is what's important. But that's something that you're hoping to do in 2026 to sort of review those reserve funds and then bring it an information report to council.
Yes, and it would also be looking, maybe there's some reserve funds that we don't currently have that we want to establish. So the goal would be probably by summertime to bring that to council for council's approval.
Okay, thank you.
The next initiative is budgeted for $10,000, and that is an AI pilot project. Tom is here if you have really specific techie questions, because I am not a tech expert, but Tom is. So Tom's probably going to grimace. I'm going to speak through this pilot project, and he'll probably be. I'll try not to butcher it, Tom. But obviously, AI is the talk du jour right now. Everyone hears AI everywhere. You probably see it everywhere. ChatGPT, Copilot. So the approach we're taking for 2026 is we want to conduct a pilot project where we'll be purchasing some AI licenses for users in different departments. And we want to track and see where the most gains and efficiencies are before we roll it out to a wider user base within the township. There's supporting considerations, especially around security of the data and the privacy related to the information that we here at the township use. Not saying we're necessarily going with them, but a common one is that people might not be familiar with here is a product called GovAI, which is a specific AI for different government agencies and municipalities. So that just provides enhanced security around the data and the privacy. So GovAI, for example, it's really tailored to government needs with the primary focus on information privacy and protection. So based on the records and data we have access to, that's obviously very important. And it puts the guide rails in place that protects our, here's a IT acronym, PII, which is your personal identifiable information. So things like names, addresses, forms, identification. We don't want to be using generic AI things like ChatGPT, because if you put that stuff out there, that information now exists out into the ethers, right? So it's putting those guide rails and those protections in place. So part of that will be policy adoption around AI, what we can use it for here, and then getting those licenses in place, and then before we can roll it out further to more users in the township. How'd I do, Tom?
One of the things that, for the edification of this council, is that there are other municipalities dipping their toe into this, and I think this is a safe way to do it and under IT management. But I know that it's one of the things that, as Canadians, I know that there's been a lot of critique about government not stepping forward and being as involved as they should with AI, but I think that us, and it's scary. Let's be honest. When I try to limit my use of it, I certainly have found help in my other roles in my life. However, knowing full well that we have people's personal information, their tax rates, their tax bills, their names, addresses, and all that sort of stuff. But on the same token, if it can help us be more productive and more efficient in some of the things that we can do in order to serve the clientele, our residents, then it makes sense to make a minor investment to see what we can and can't do.
Right. And something I didn't mention, like, so with GovAI specifically, which is designed for government agencies, a big part of what they do is the client data that we put into it, they don't use that to train their models where other AIs do. So if someone here was to use GovAI, you would upload, I want to update my reserve fund policy. I'm going to put it through AI and it'll pull and make recommendations on how best to improve it. If you're using a general ChatGPT, our reserve fund policy is now gone into the where that now that's not a policy per se that we're that concerned about.
Yeah.
But if Mel was using it for some very specific HR policies, we might not want that information out into the public like that. So that's why it's important to put those guide rails, and that protection of the data in place is very key.
But right now, staff are going out looking or searching, sending emails to other HR managers, to other IT managers to say, hey, do you have a policy on this? Or they're trying to find it online and it's taking extra time. Whereas the power of AI is the fact that you can throw it in and all of a sudden you can have 6 examples from 6 different municipalities that have populations of between 10 and 20,000 people. Like it becomes a very useful tool. And if you think of how many person hours you have into some of the research that the folks that work for us and do the jobs they do, it's a lot of time that's invested. It could be saved. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Kalman.
Thank you, Your Worship. And for you, I think too, Tom, I'm just wondering, does the use of AI put any increased load on our physical hardware in-house, or is that all offsite, like server farms and stuff that are having to handle all of the computing power?
Through Your Worship, that's a great question. Thank you. The solution that we're looking at through GovAI does use cloud infrastructure, so there will be no additional demands in our township infrastructure.
Go ahead, Councillor Maybe.
Hi, thank you, Madam Mayor. So with that, how strong is our firewall and protection services that we have?
Through Your Worship, I'm not going to speak directly to the strength of our firewall in the public domain, but absolutely there are upgrades going in place in 2026 to fortify even greater than what we have in place now. Being cloud-based, and a reason that we're kind of looking at the GovAI solution, if I could use an analogy, it's AI on training wheels. And it's going to set us up for success by getting some really good behaviors in place before we learn bad behaviors. So the firewall infrastructure is kind of secondary more to the common sense approach and build those healthy skills and habits before we really go full on with AI.
Thank you. Any further questions? Moving right along.
Thank you, Mayor. The next initiative I want to highlight is what we're calling the Peer Working Group Visioning Project. The Peer Working Group, it's been a topic that's come up a few times at council during the last a year. I probably don't have to tell members of council that. So over the past year, working group members as well as staff have many of them have questioned the overall effectiveness of the group's role in the bigger picture of things. For some group members, they don't feel that the group it no longer functions as it once did. We did a survey of the peer group members this year to try to solicit, get to their feelings on things. And then many of them express that they feel they don't have influence on decisions made by staff. They don't have a direct line of communication to council. And they just generally don't feel they have a voice. So part of this is we were thinking for 2026, staff wanted to make it a priority to address the concerns of the peer working group and look for a path forward. So the general idea is to bring in a qualified facilitator to work with peer and staff and basically do a visioning exercise. And the goal is to identify the plan forward, to tease out the pressure points. What are the priorities? What are each other's roles? And what is the, to understand what the group is trying to achieve going forward. I think it's important that we kind of get on that same page, because a lot of these community groups that are part of peer, they provide a lot of valuable contributions to the township. A lot of the big events, for example, things like Frost Fest or Canada Day, Turkey Fair, those are put on by these groups that are part of peer, which are obviously huge things for this township. So I think it's an important priority. We have budgeted it to be funded through the Special Project Reserve Fund. So there is no net impact on the tax rate in that respect. But yeah, so that's one of the projects that Tracy will be working on for 2026.
Okay. Questions, go ahead.
Thank you. Because I think this is something that is needed, because as you say, these groups are so important to our communities going forward with our events, and we need to listen to some of what their wants, needs, concerns are. So thank you very much.
Further comments or questions? I have no hands up. Go ahead.
I would really just thank Tracy. She's the frontline staff that works with them. But
I only have one ancillary question, which goes into the next part of your slide. Will the peer group be included in asking if there's anything that they would like to see for the 25th anniversary?
Definitely, yes. That's on the
Agenda.
The agenda for that as well. Yeah. So the next one is $10,000 also to be funded through the Special Project Reserve, is for the township's 25th anniversary celebration. So we celebrate 25 years since amalgamation on Jan 1 of 2026. So we've kind of earmarked it for that. So we've been throwing some ideas around, things like, design a logo contest for the 25th years, involve schools, things like that. Some new swag, putting on some community events. We've kicked around a lot of ideas. Haven't necessarily nailed them all down, and we'll be looking for feedback and support things through peer working groups and other community groups. But just to celebrate the 25 years since amalgamation, and we all became TLTI. And then finally, there's so every council term, we do a volunteer appreciation event. With 2026 being the last year of the current term, we do have the volunteer appreciation event in 2026, likely around September, to host the volunteer appreciation event and just to let all the community support people know how much they are appreciated. That's also to be funded through the Special Projects Reserve Fund.
Questions? Moving on.
So I'll just go through the individual areas. So finance, obviously the most important division of the township. Its budget is up slightly from last year, just a little over 2%, or about $5,000. It's pretty much a flat budget from last year. There are some increased expenses, but then we also have a net increase in some revenues as well. So some of the key revenues and expenses in finance include things tax certificates and account changes, deposit interest earned, which is deposit we earn on our general bank accounts, penalties and interest on taxes. This is where we run general office supplies through software licensing and the annual independent audit, which I'll just touch on the next slide. So deposit interest, as I mentioned, we actually have that revenue going down 25,000 next year projected. So per our banking agreement, the township receives basically bank prime less 1.8% is what we receive on the money we hold in our general bank account. So it's great that the interest rates have been coming down, but that also means we receive less deposit interest on any cash we hold. So it's a give and a take. We are bringing up the budgeted revenue from penalty and interest on taxes by 36,000, and that's just to bring it in line with the last 4-year average of actuals. It's just bringing it in line with that. The auditor expense within the finance division is actually showing a decrease of 4,000. So in 2025, we went out for RFP for audit. We awarded that to KPMG to stay on as our auditor. The actual audit fee for 2026 is not going down. It's just how the actual allocation is made. So the majority of it gets expensed through finance, but a portion does go to the library because we do separate library financial statements. And then a portion also goes to water and wastewater to have the user fees pay for a portion of that. So the actual overall audit fee for 26 is $36,000 across everything, which is basically on par with last year at $35,000.
Questions? No hands up. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Frote.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. The penalty and interest, has that been on that trajectory since COVID or no? Was there not an increase during the COVID years, I thought, and it's still carrying on?
It did increase during that. I would say it probably peaked in 2022. As an overall, we're trying to bring it down because we are making more efforts into the collection. So, but based on actuals, it's climbing there. So so far year to date in 2025, it's about 280,000, which is a bit of a decrease from 24, but we had already budgeted much lower. So it's bringing it up to that. We do the tax sale process and all that, trying to collect, and we have put more of an effort into that into the last few years. So as a net overall, our taxes outstanding compared to our overall tax bill has slightly gone down, and we continue to try to bring it down. We'd much rather have the money in hand from taxes than collecting interest and penalties, to be frank. But it's a reality.
But that also has to do with the fact that we changed our internal policy for collection. It's 2 years now.
Yes.
Non-payment, and then the tax sale. And I think before it was 3 years on the books, but we weren't always as efficient as to following up sometimes with that. So now it's much more systematized, and the deputy treasurer can attest. We had some tax sales earlier this year. Just another aside, that we don't get the increase. So if we are owed $26,000 in taxes on a tax sale, if someone pays $150,000, we don't get the net. That goes to the province now. Whereas 3-4 years ago, we did receive those funds. If they stayed they weren't claimed for a certain period of time, it would revert back to the municipality. But that is, we only get our taxes now and whatever costs we had into it as far as collecting. And again, we don't want anybody to lose their taxes here, or lose their home, I should say. We would much rather see everybody be able to manage their taxes. And if you are struggling with your tax payments, please reach out and make arrangements with our staff. They will work with folks who want to make efforts to keep them paid, or if they have arrears, that they can get those caught up in a reasonable time frame. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Lackey.
Thank you, Worship. And through you, I know this is a pipe dream never going to happen, but if the province is getting the lion's share of these tax sales, why don't we let them deal with the collection and give them a list, say, here's our delinquent tax people.
You would
have at her.
You'd take away Jess's fund. It's a good point. It's a lot of work that goes into the tax sales. It's a lot of staff time. It's
well, we had over how many bids on the one?
Over the 2 properties that came this year, we had over 120 bids on. So that's sending out letters, notices, returning deposits. It's a lot of work and effort, and yeah.
Send an invoice to the province.
Well, it's you raise a good point, Councillor Lackey, that perhaps maybe, and that's a conversation I need to better understand with.
You might see something when we bring the general rates and fees bylaw this year, is that we could put a fee in place, an administrative fee for processing tax sales, which would get added to the roll, which then we could recoup it, part of the expense that way.
Well, because to be honest, the general taxpayer shouldn't be paying the cost of people not paying their taxes and all the additional.
So we will be bringing that with rates and fees to establish that, but currently we don't have an administrative fee for that in place for the township.
But I have made a note in my phone and I will be asking Mr. Clark in regards to why this was changed, because we certainly didn't realize any major amounts and over time. But it certainly was, I don't want to say a nice surprise. That sounds insensitive, but it's an offsetting revenue that would come in from time to time to offset the payments and the time and the effort that the treasurer and the deputy treasurer had to work on. So anyway, I will ask the question. Okay, next slide.
Next is the IT budget. So overall, the IT budget's up about $34,000 or about 11% from 2025. You can see there the main cost drivers within IT is the software budget line. Software in the IT budget represents the software shared by all departments for the township. There are departments do have individual software budgets within their area. For example, finance. Our finance software, the annual fee for that is budgeted within finance. So if you were to look at Appendix A of the binder, overall, the township is budgeted to spend about $235,000 on software in 2026, and that's up from about $196,000 in 2025. The only new softwares budgeted for next year is the AI software spoken previously, as well as every 4 years we have to pay a little extra in software related to the election software that we need. Other than that, all the increases are annual license increases that we see.
The election software is offset by the reserve, is it not?
It is.
Okay.
The consultant and contracted service budget in IT, that includes things like our Covalence, Beam, WatchGuard, and ITI, which used to be Zycom, who is our main IT support provider. And then there's an internal allocation recovery that's in IT. And what that is based on the number of staff and divisions, the division is allocated a proportional share of the IT support costs and the IT staff costs. If you add it all up, it's a recovery within IT and expense in other divisions, and nets out to zero. There's no tax rate impact. It's just to try to properly allocate the resources.
Any questions? Okay.
So some of the changes in IT. So specifically within IT, software licensing is up 15,000. 10 of that is related to the AI, and then the other 5,000 is related to just annual increases. Consultant and contracted services is up slightly from 2026, just under $6,000. I do want to say, I don't know if you all remember last year, but this line was actually decreased $50,000 last year. Contracted services, we dramatically lowered it in 2025. So it is up slightly this year, but we did lower it. And that's more of a reflection of having, it's really a testament to having an IT manager like Tom in place. We are relying less on external parties like ITI and that. So if you look at it net from over the last few years, it has gone down significantly. Are there any questions on IT before I go to communication?
No hands up, so we'll continue on.
So the next section's kind of the catch-all for the rest of corporate services, communications and community engagement. So overall, it's down slightly, just under $8,000 compared to 2025. And this is the result of aligning 26 budgets with actual spent over the past 4 years to be more representative of actuals. It's not an omission of like lowering levels of service or anything like that. It's just bringing the budget more in line as things have moved around the township. So some of the key revenues and expenses, we do have 19,000 in advertising and communications. The majority of this is the quarterly Township Time publication that goes out. That's about $16,000 every year. There is specific software licensing in here. It's called Loonly, and it's the communication platform that we use to manage all our various social media accounts. Website hosting is also included within this division as well. The community grant program is administered through here, maintaining the $100,000 as in prior year, and we are looking at the overall allocation mix of 70 in the spring, 30 in the fall. We are looking at that in the process and maybe tightening some things up on that. So that'll be brought to council. The doctor's benefit program. So for 2026, that budget includes benefits for 6 family doctors in the program in the community. Programs and community initiatives of $12,000. So we're looking to expand offerings in 2026, but this is the budget line that includes things like the Seniors Expo that Tracy's just recently put on here in Lansdowne. We are putting in for a grant to hopefully expand that. We tried last year, we weren't successful. We're going to try again, but we do include some budget for that so that even if we don't get the grant, we can still put it on some level. She is looking at maybe including some further workshops in the community and things like that as well. Peer is in here, so there is $13,000 for the admin fees for the 4 peer community groups. Our visitor center MOU in partnership with the visitor center in Gananoque is through here as well. That's $16,000. We signed a 2-year extension of that, and that'll take us through April of 2027. So by the end of 2026, we'll be looking to bring an extension on that. And then the youth bursary of $2,000 also comes through this department here. Yes.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Worship, through you. When I was reading this, why would the monies we donated to the George Tackerberry Home in Sherwood Park Manor not fall into the same segment? Pardon me?
That was a one-time payment and it came out of the grant funding at the casino. So it's not a perpetual gift. It was a one-time expenditure from last year.
Last year, yes.
Okay.
It did flow through the community grants, but it was one time, yes. So it didn't flow through the $100,000 allotment. When those came forward, we allocated $60,000 from the special projects, I believe, the 30 and 30, and it flowed through that reserve, but
So it had no impact on the levy.
it didn't have impact on that.
So it was on the 2024 regardless, was it?
2025.
We
Was it 2024?
2024 we
Oh.
paid $30,000.
Okay, thank you.
Some of the changes here, they're mostly pretty small. Just little things that kind of added up. It's pretty much flat over last year. But I just want to say it's more a reflection of belt tightening and aligning the budget with actual spends over the last 4 years. The largest change you might see, like, $5,000 decrease in advertising within economic development. That budget line had always been set at $10,000, for example. We've never spent over, I think the highest we spent in the last 5 years is $4,800 in there. That's the number we need to do what we do within there. So we're just really aligning it with that. So it was just a chance to really tighten our belts and have a look at that. Any questions? on
questions?
Corporate services.
We've got no hands up. So I think we'll continue on. Lunch has not arrived, so we'll go on with fire services and then we'll see if we can get through that budget before we break for lunch.
Over to you, Chief.
There we go.
All right, thank you. Obviously, fire services, we're firefighter training, prevention, and the regional training center are all included in what we do. For 2026, you'll see an increase of 122,400. which would bring us up to 1.369400, which is about a 9.8% increase. We're showing that increase this year, and we'll be explaining where that's coming from in the next couple of slides. So for 2026, you'll see some increases on the fire side in the fire breakdown part of 103,300. That's mostly in the increase is mostly due to wages. We've been working, finance and fire has been working hard to kind of get the information over the last 3 years since we've changed from points to hourly. We've been trying to look at how that looks over year to year with training and with calls, and try to come up with the best guess of where we're at for the next year. This year, obviously, has been a little bit
Extraordinary.
exceptional.
Yeah.
We had 377 calls in 24. We've currently, as of yesterday afternoon, we're at 461, and we still have almost 3 weeks left. So we're trying to manage that as best we can, which also accounts for other lines in my budget of why that's up. If there's more questions on how that's come up, how we're doing that, Phil also has a little bit more information on how he's made that work for us. But it's based on the last 3 years of data since we changed that over. Fleet maintenance is also where you're going to see a large increase this year. Due to multiple breakdowns of some equipment, we put a motor in a pump tanker, we put a pump in a pumper. We've had a tank on one of our older trucks that came apart, and somehow or other it was under warranty, which is really surprising. It was a 25-year warranty on the truck, and it's pushing 20 years. So they honored that. So we had a little bit of money that was cost to do the pre-work to get that done, but those are the biggest ones. Also, with the fleet maintenance, the increase in calls also hurts that. We get in our trucks and we go out with all the trucks we need to get to the call, and they're hitting the road a whole lot more this year, which is definitely accounting for that. The RTC, the decrease in that is some of the staff time. We talked a little bit about the OFM platform for when firefighters go on. Now there's a platform, instead of coming through fire admin to get enrolled in courses, every firefighter in Ontario has a spot on the platform, and it all goes through the OFM or the OFC. So they put their course in, they get okayed or not by me, or by assigning authority within the fire. And then it gets put into the portal so they can take a course wherever they need to take it, but it's all managed through the Ontario Fire College, which is great because it was a lot of work to manage that back and forth every time somebody jumped in or jumped out. So now, however many months they require before we start the course, we know what the numbers are. That helps us to be able to manage what we need for food, what we need for equipment, and we also know whether or not the course is going to run. Some of this past year has been a little lower in enrollment. Well, the enrollment was all there, and we had 20 courses online or on the schedule for it, but we lost about 8 courses just due to not being able to fill them. They've got a certain number, and they've pushed that number a couple of times for us, but they've got a minimum number that they can run the course with. All the courses that were canceled were OFC courses, so we didn't have any money outset in that. So that's some of the decrease in that. All right. Some of the strategic initiatives and key operating changes for us. This year, we've already started in 25 updating our standard operating guidelines because some of those were done quite a number of years ago. I'm looking back at them and they're like scarily a little bit behind. Lots of them haven't really changed a lot, but we want to do a refresh on that. But that's all done in-house. And what we'll do is we're going through them now. We have somebody updating, and then they'll go out to the stations to get looked at, and we'll do whatever little bit of refinements we need on that. The second one is for fire community risk assessment. We did the risk assessment when we did the fire master plan in 20, and this is just the 5-year update to have it checked out to make sure that where we're at and whether there's any new created risks within the community. So that's something we have that we put out, and that's going to be funded by the Special Projects Fund. The big one for us is the PTSD training. Resilient Minds is one of the groups. What we've come to understand is it's very expensive to train people to take these courses. So there's multiple different platforms that we can work off. We're just looking at what's going to be the best for us. What we're looking to do is, and we've been working very closely, especially lately with HR on all of this, because it is such a large thing to take on. So we're looking at how we can set up groups within each station, have an overall type of group that looks after mentoring. We do some PTSD training before they even get on the floor. It's all part of our incoming training for them as they come on, because obviously they see things that most average people don't see. And we want to be able to give them some resiliency before they even get on the floor and head out on the highway. We work really hard on calls that, especially with the new people, if it's a bad car accident or bad medical call, we try to keep those people back a little bit longer till we can get them into a little bit more training. And we use some of the more, we'll say, seasoned or senior people that, that have seen a lot of things. So not that it doesn't affect us as senior people, but we've seen a lot more things, and we try to keep them out of the younger, newer staff out of that as long as kind of we can. So that's coming, which is pretty exciting for us, because just at the Chiefs conference a couple of weeks ago, that's the big one right now. There's so much happening with PTSD and firefighter, emergency first responder suicides and everything. So we're trying to mitigate that right now before we hit the floor. One of the things we do different than a lot of other departments is we have tables in the truck room for all the stations. Except unfortunately for the new one, we just haven't been able to get that all worked out yet. But they have a table with chairs around it. So when they come back, they don't even have to take their bunker gear off. They come in, they can sit around. We'll debrief on the big calls. They talk about every call anyway. But it just gives them an opportunity to be able to be right out in the middle of it. They don't have to leave and go home like we did years and years ago. We'd go to a call and it'd be a bad call, and then you'd leave and you'd go back to your job or go back home. Now they've got a place that they can talk amongst themselves, and then we follow up. We're biggest family in the world, right? As far as firefighters, we try to make sure that we get everybody and keep everybody as safe as we can. So this is a long way to helping go forward with that.
Questions? No, sorry, Councillor Maybe, and then Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So the attrition rate that we have in our departments for PTSD and or at the Chiefs conference that you were at, did they give any numbers?
Through your worship, that's a great question. I might have wrote it down somewhere, but it's an ever increasing, that and cancer within firefighters is the ever increasing push right now. For a lot of time, nobody really saw it or said anything about it. So that's kind of it was always like, just
There's probably
suck it
limited
up and
data
keep on going,
historically.
right? Now it's all starting to come out now, as well as the cancer. So I don't have any actual numbers, but it's certainly increasing.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to the chief. What's our current number on the volunteer firefighters?
Great question, through your worship. We have 94 staff on call right now.
We're inching up a little.
We're trying to get to the 100 is what the fire master plan called for, but every time I get 9, I lose 3, and then I get 2 and I lose 6. It's just how it goes. Everybody's life gets busy and jobs change, and people come in, they've got all kinds of great ideas. They want to be here, and then it kind of goes around just based on what they have to do. Training wise is totally different than, years ago where you just showed up, and now we've got a lot more training that has to happen before they do that. So
Go ahead.
Your new flagship station out there, is it too early to tell whether that's had any positive or negative toward recruitment?
Through your worship, it's recruitment's funny because I can put a whole bunch of people up in station 1 and 3 area in the beginning. And then there'll be nobody apply for the northern two stations. And then the next session we'll have 18 people that apply for station 2 and 4. So there's no real rhyme or reason to it. We're up to 15 at the station now at station 2, which on the last group we just brought in 4. But when Brass Point Bridge goes closed, we lose 4. So, and we have 1 retiring. So, you know, it's a kind of a shuffle game to try to make
It's a
that
fluid situation.
very fluid. So one of the things we're doing, and I've been speaking with some of the senior officers and the station captain for station 2, is we've got 18 now at station 4, which is the highest number it's been forever. We're looking at moving temporarily a few of those to respond to station 2, just because of the 4 that we're losing that live on the other side of Brass Point Bridge. 3 of them are drivers. So that very much affects them. They're still going to come. They're just not going to be first on scene by any means or first to the station. So we're trying to mitigate all of that as well. But our numbers are good. One of the things we did work, and I missed, of course, I wrote my note and then I forgot to put it in or talk about it. We've been working very closely with HR this year. We've changed how we do our hiring policy and how we get all our information in, and Jess is able to get all the information in for paying people. And because sometimes if you let them on the floor, they want to come and do their thing and then they don't get all their paperwork in. So we're got a lot of things changed now, and we're working through that with HR and finance.
All right. And with regards to salary, I always have to smile when I look at the fire department. You have no idea what your salary is going to be based on the number of calls. I mean, you're in a unique position when the pager goes off. That's what's going to happen. And the number of calls increasing again this year. I mean, it's the only similarity in the situation here in the township would be our works department responding to snow removal. But all in all, it's well within line. Thank you.
Just as another aside, when we were going through this budget, the treasurer did make mention in regards to fire that the number that you're using for projections for, obviously this is an exceptional year because of the drought. But I believe you said you used historical data averages or mean.
For the volunteer firefighter, we use the weighted average of the last 3 years. So for 25 hours, we use 60%. We weighted 24 at 30 and 2023 at 10% to come up at a projected hours to budget based on for 26.
So the hope is that we won't have an extreme year again this year as far as drought. God help us. God help the farmers as well. But the main thing being is, to your point, it's hard to project because they got to respond when they got to respond. But these are the formulas that we can sort of lean on year over year to try to smooth that out and plan as best we can. So thank you for that extra effort.
As well, just on while we're on fire calls for 25, I'll have a report first quarter of the year, basically breaking it down of what we do. I know I do my monthly or my weekly, and I also do a monthly now. We put it out online, which is kind of what most fire departments are doing, just so that everybody can see it. This year has been a crazy year, and I can't pinpoint one place where it is. I started this week's weekly report, and we're at about 13 calls this week since, well, tomorrow's Friday. We haven't even got there yet. 9 of them are MVAs, again, medical calls and alarms. This year we had 40 calls on the river. We averaged 10 to 15 calls on all of the water in the township on average. Now we're at 40 calls just on the river this year. So, you know, there's really no rhyme or reason to it. We'll have a week where we had, a few weeks ago, I had 18 calls, 10 of them were car accidents. Wasn't even weather related because there was only 2 weather related calls. The other ones were just people losing control and going off the road. So it's, you know, it's a hard one to kind of pinpoint what it was. Even as dry as it was, we had some grass fires, we had some calls for fire, but nothing huge in our area, which was nice.
That just triggered a thought. My memory's failing me at this point. I know that we had done a delegation in regards to cost recovery from MTO. That has gone up, did it not? The pay service call amount?
Yes, through your worship, I was going to mention that as well. we're starting to see that kind of turn around a little bit. They've made some adjustments that goes up every year. They've also added in a small truck amount. So if my truck ends up on the highway, it's about half of what the big trucks are. But that just helps to account for a little bit more of it. It's still not the easiest to get all the money out of the province for it, but we're working through all the kinks that they throw at us to try to make it work. So and I know through the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, they're also pushing that at the same level that we were when we were at Roma. They were also involved in that, and they've had multiple meetings with them as well. So it's certainly not just a Leeds County problem or a Leeds Township problem. It's definitely an Ontario-wide issue that everybody's looking at.
Okay, any other questions? Moving along.
So some key revenues and operating expenses. You can see the volunteer firefighter salaries at 486,000 is what we're pushing in for 2026, as well as 78,000 in training and development. We have about 87,000 in insurance costs. Bunker gear turnout cleaning and bunker gear cleaning is at 19,000. We have now got through some grants and through the Ontario Fire College, when it closed, we have washer extractors at all stations. I'll talk a little bit more about what's going to happen here this year, hopefully, as well. But that 19,000, there's still some time that we have to send our gear out, and we have to send every piece of gear once a year. Every piece of gear has to go out for hydrostatic testing. And you know, if we end up in a situation where we've got blood or bodily fluids on our gear, it's got to go out and be done differently than we have the equipment to do it as well. So that's where the 19,000 comes. 80,000 in protective equipment and tools, and 155,000 in fuel and fleet maintenance. Obviously, once again, due to the amount of calls we had and due to the maintenance issues we had, those numbers up, as well as the amount of fuel that we used in 2025. So we're trying to manage where we and how we make sure that we cover that properly.
Go ahead.
I actually talked to the chief earlier to find out how many vehicles we do have currently under the fire. And I think you have them. I have them on my phone, but if you want to list some of those, and I'm going to ask the same question to our director of operations, because what I'm leading to is the fuel and fleet maintenance. That's kind of non-discretionary. It's like our CRCA, our OPP.
We have to do it.
We have to do it. But what people don't realize is that when the price of fuel goes up, we're paying those same costs as the average individual, the household person. The fuel, the hydro, our hydro rates to run everything, the propane for our heat. These are all things that we don't control. So the point I'm trying to make is that I'm looking for just the budget to be divided in what we have control over and what we don't. And this is what the chief is alluding to, is we don't have control over this. We have enormous amount of equipment. I think you had we have 40 some you have broken down into pumpers and half tons and
yes, thank you, through your worship. So we have 20 frontline trucks, including pumpers and tankers. So we have 4 pumpers. We have a pumper at each station and 7 tankers between the 4 stations, as well as a reserve pump, just because when we have that many trucks and we lose one, we're kind of in trouble. So we have a reserve one that also doubles into the training center. So we can use that at the training center so that it doesn't pull one of our frontline trucks out of service. We also have pickup trucks and rescue units, as well as 5 boats, 2 forestry trailers, and a 4-wheeler and a UTV. So we definitely have lots. That's just the ones on wheels. We've got.
But the reality is we serve all these different types of properties on the river. We've got remote folks. You think about the people that were lost on Charleston Lake. And what it took to get back to those folks. We don't have the luxury of just having plain Jane, regular stuff that you might have in the city of Toronto, because you're not going to have necessarily ATVs. So to your point,
Well, it's urban versus rural. I mean,
Yeah.
it's entirely different training,
Yeah.
different everything, different equipment. So, I guess if I was to say, well, if we don't want to spend this 155,000, what are we going to cut? How many vehicles are we going to get rid of? I mean, we can't.
We're not allowed
We've
to.
already established we need this level of service.
Yeah.
Now getting back, I alluded to the director, maybe he can tell us how much equipment he has.
He's already working on it,
Because
I think.
Because again, if you take that amount of, just say fuel, one thing, fuel. If we can get Phil to just give us the line item of fuel, of propane, of heat for the entire township, that will open a lot of eyes to say, well, geez, if the price of propane goes up 2 cents a liter, how does that affect, I know how it affects my house. How
Mhm.
does it affect the township?
Yeah. No, and it's a very good point. And it's not to say to our residents, we don't understand. It's to say, we need you to understand these are the things. And it was, no disrespect to Councillor Antoine Hartley, but Mr. Jameson had a wonderful way of putting it. He would say 90% of this budget is what the province dictates we have to have. Fire service levels, winter control, roads, bridges, culverts. It's 10% of the budget that we have discretion over, and that's like community stuff. So Phil's just gone through that part of the budget and corporate services. We have expectations as far as computer equipment and security and certain software programs. And now we're expected to do asset management, which was a huge investment for us. Thankfully, the province gave us that one-time funding, which helped get us established. But per year, what does citywide cost us? What, 60,000 a year?
Between all the different modules, yeah, it'd be upwards of that.
So think about that. So we had the one-time payment, but we need it because if we don't have asset management, we can't actually apply to. We could be penalized for folks that aren't doing this. And to the point that you were making before regarding fleet with the fire department, now those tankers and pumpers, instead of being 500,000, they're 800 to $1 million. Like, this is not stuff we have control over, and it's happening to every municipality, whether it's ambulances, fire trucks, fleet, snowplow trucks. And the director, I'm sure, will speak to that during his portion.
Through you, your worship. I mean, it's all here, but the
Yeah.
problem is it's broken down on line item to this department, to that department, to this department, where we don't actually see the full extent of the effect. And if we had that lumped together, like even insurance, our insurance rates, how much did our insurance go up? We don't notice it based
budgeting
on the line
5%.
items. This one's up a couple thousand, that one's up a couple.
So I would say, so to see the overall number, it would be Appendix A of the budget binder. If you want to, so for fuel, for example, between fuel and diesel, it's just under $300,000 total for the year. Insurance, it's
Sorry, that's how many percent on the tax rate based on 130,000?
Well, it's 100, yeah,
it's over
exactly. It's 3%.
2.5%.
insurance overall is basically $700,000 for next year's the budget.
And when we started here, well, when I started here, it was 242,000, I think.
But if people are looking for like overall, I encourage it's really an Appendix A where you could, the first one that says tax funded summary is the total for all departments, and you can really see the, as Councilor Lackey points out, the overall impacts of it.
Deputy Mayor, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, just to throw a little more on that same discussion of Councillor Lackey's, as Director of Operations or Finance would know, in 2020, you could buy fleet tires for $245 a piece. I'm talking trailer tires, pretty common tires. Those same tires now with HST, you have to add that to get the double. But the same tire with HST comparable is now double. So when you use the word fleet, which applies to pretty much every entity sitting around this table, you could just use the word tires instead of fleet, because that in itself is staggering. I mean, it used to be that fleet tires would cost us whatever it may have been, but to Councillor Lackey's point, that's double in 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
I would just point out we do have a separate tire budget line if you do look at Appendix A.
Really?
Yeah, so tires, we are about $30,000 just in tires for the year.
So, a couple of years ago, it was 15 grand. Right? So, okay. So if there's no other questions on this particular slide, we'll get to the training center and then we'll break for lunch.
Just a couple of things that I had written down here for a couple of other revenues. We are constantly looking at different grant options as well. Happy to report we just signed the MOU this morning for Firehouse subs. For those that were at the opening for new Station 2, Firehouse subs was a great group to work with there, and we got them in for the subs for that. And worked with them. They were very instrumental in helping us get through our application for that. We have just signed the MOU for a little over 29,000, which will go towards 10 sets of ice water suits, rope, life jackets, and helmets. Most of our equipment, or a lot of our ice water equipment, is from 1998, which wasn't yesterday. So we're trying to keep that up. Obviously, that's one of our things that we do through the establishing and regulating bylaw is ice water rescue. And it's not really something we can kind of say, or we don't do that because we have so much water in this municipality. So we're looking at 10 suits. We're also looking at how we provide that service as time goes on, because that's one of the ones that have to be certified by 2028. So we're working through our members and trying to get special teams to make sure that all gets done and we're certified in that end. I just got an email this morning. I had a chat with Minister Clark this week about the cancer prevention grant. He's assured me we've got some good news coming. But I know that last year for 25, we received 32,000, which went to washers in the stations and some flash hoods and such. We've applied for that grant again this year, where they doubled the money basically that they're looking to give out for that. So we're looking at putting a second extractor unit in every station, which will mean our bunker gear is in two pieces, the inner and the outer. So the outer obviously gets a lot of contaminants on the outside, and the inside is more sweat and such. So we'll have a one washer for the inside, one washer for the outside. And Station 2, when we put that online, we also put a dryer unit so our gear gets drier faster. So we've got that going in on this grant. So we'll have one, so that'll buy 3 more dryers for us, as well as decon wash showers so that we can go through them and get our gear cleaned off before we send it out. So all of that working towards the cancer prevention initiatives that the Ontario Fire Marshal's office is pushing. So we're working towards that. So we have a couple other smaller grants that have come in through the gas companies, and we're working through that as well. So
great.
All right. Some of the key operating changes. We have up $1,000 in fire infraction fees between burn permits and some of the stuff from the highways. Up 113,000 in volunteer expense salary to the amount of calls and training. Front of Young service agreement as of the end of the year, that will no longer be in service. So that'll be a decrease of about $38,000. That will be coming online where we'll be responding to that eastern portion of the former Escott Township as of the 25th of December instead of January 1st, just the way it has to roll out through the county and through dispatch. Up $5,000 in protective equipment, and up $37,000 in fuel and fleet maintenance. Okay, Regional Training Center. As I said earlier, we're down a few course registrations this year. We had budgeted in at 180,000, and we're at, when we did this in October, we were at 128,766. So we obviously the input was down, so the expenses are down as well, just because we didn't run the course. So any teaching staff weren't included in that, as well as any food or meals, we didn't have to provide those. So those numbers were down a little bit. The way we set that up is we make sure that, you know, whatever the course runs, that it takes into account the food as well as the training instructor fees and all of that. So it just evens out on that to wash out. And that, if there's any other questions, that's all I've got.
Questions for the fire chief before we break for lunch? I have no hands up, and I should check with the clerk that we've had no hands up online or anybody watching. Okay, so it is a special council meeting, but you know, happy to, if somebody wants to write into the clerk, if they have a specific question, you can feel free to do that. So we will break for lunch for half an hour. So it is 12:30. So we'll return at 1 p.m. And next in line is planning and bylaw, planning and development, I should say. So full bellies. We'll turn the heat up. We'll make sure that everybody's content, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
well, you know, he said, I really like what you've done. He does corrections before. And he's like, he's pretty hard. But he said, I really like the way you go at things. He said, you know, I haven't given you trouble on something.
Okay, folks,
Who's saying there?
I apologize for the delay. We're at 1:02. So we are halfway through the budget based on the slide count, but that doesn't mean that we can't endeavor to continue on at a speed that gets us out of here at a reasonable time. We are booked until 4:30, but we'll see where we end up. So where we are now, as far as the next slide is concerned, I just wanted to get to. Okay, so we are at the planning and development budget part of our, so what tab are we on in the binder? There we go. 35 tab 3. Okay. Way you go.
Okay, so planning and development includes planning, bylaw enforcement, building, and in terms of committees, we have the Committee of Adjustment and Heritage Committee. So overall for 2026, there is a small increase in our budget, which is funded through the levy of 6.7%. Looking at our overall budget, the increase, the majority of it is in bylaw. There is, sorry, I'm just looking. Pretty much everything is status quo as far as our budgets go this year. Most of the increases are related to wage increases and benefits. The committee budgets have remained essentially the same. Historical committee has gone down somewhat, and Committee of Adjustment remains the same. So if we want to move on to the next slide. Looking at our initiatives this year, so Council has seen this from me before because it's a carry forward from the past 2 years in terms of the new zoning bylaw. And it also would include official plan updates and mapping. I haven't initiated this project because I am waiting for some projects to be done at the United Counties that are going to help inform this moving forward. So the counties is currently working on their growth plan, as well as the LEAR mapping, which is the agricultural land mapping. The way this affects us is that our official plan mapping and our zoning bylaw mapping will both need to be updated to be consistent with the approvals that are coming through the United Counties. So it's a big undertaking for us to do. All of our zoning mapping currently is not in a digital format. So it's going to be a big undertaking to update our zoning mapping. Our zoning bylaw needs an update, but with all of the changes in provincial policy over the past few years, our official plan needs an update as well. So it's proposed to include $75,000 in the budget this year, which would also push into next year because this will be more than a one-year project in terms of updating the two documents and bringing the mapping into a format where we'll also be able to have it online because it will be based on GIS spatial data. With respect to software, we have over the last 2 years been working on the implementation of citywide software for building and planning. We are currently using it in the back office in terms of the inspectors using it for all of their inspections. The building inspectors and planning staff are starting to use it. We have a portal, which is an external public portal for the public to start applying for planning and building applications through. We haven't launched that because we wanted to make sure that we get the financial piece in place to allow people to also pay for their applications online. So I don't want to take it forward in part. I want to take it forward as a whole when we do launch it to the public. We're hoping that that's early in the new year. So we're working on the updated web pages right now, making sure that all of our forms are correct. So I'm hoping that I'll be able to preview that launch for you probably January, February. With respect to the CIP initiatives, Council approved annual funding of $120,000 a couple years ago to be drawn from the Community Improvement Reserve Fund. This year, we're proposing just to maintain the $70,000 in there because we haven't seen an uptake of $120,000. So we're not pulling the full value from the reserve fund. That doesn't mean we won't be accepting applications. And if we receive more than $70,000 worth, we'll come to council because any community improvement application requires a council approval anyway. So it's just a matter of allocating based on actual costs or actual applications that we're seeing. So in terms of key revenue and operating expenses, we saw a decrease this year. So we have a new bylaw enforcement officer. His 1-year anniversary was Monday. And he's loving his job. He's deals with difficult things, but he really enjoys being here. And what has transpired through that is people like him and are being compliant for him. So we're seeing a decrease in fine revenues. But as I said, when we implemented AMPS, we can't count on fines as a revenue. Fines are a deterrent to try to gain compliance. So what it shows is that we're actually getting that compliance. In terms of planning application fees, we've projected down about $3,000, but right now we're basically in line with where we have been for previous years. So that a subsequent block is an increase in site plan fees. They're kind of balancing each other out because the applications are just coming in different revenue lines. And we've decreased our planning consultants. We've had a line for the last few years where we've had $5,000 for planning consultants. We haven't used it, so I've just put it down a couple thousand this year. In terms of revenues, so this year we have brought in 21,500 in fines through the AMPS program. That is down from last year, but we're still issuing fines. $6,000 is the cost for canine control pound services. So we use the Kingston Humane Society. Last year, they increased their fees from what we were previously paying, which was minimal, but to recoup their costs, they've gone to a base fee for every municipality. So that's what we're paying now. Heritage Incentive Program, it's $10,000 from a reserve fund. We have not had any applications for heritage properties this year, but one of the things that the committee has been working on is there are a few properties that you will see coming forward in the new year for designation. So we may see more grant applications arising through that. 5,500, the Committee of Adjustment receives a fee or an honorarium of $25 for each application. So that's what that is. We're projecting $17,000 in amendment fees for planning. Consent review fees, $5,000, $35,000 in minor variance fees. So that's where we're seeing the majority of our applications coming in. Wow. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Bill, you're testing me. Yeah. So again, you just see that the $8,000 is again revenue for site plan. $3,000 is our consultants in planning that we're budgeting for. It was previously $5,000, so we've brought it down, and $10,000 is just a budgeted amount for solicitors in terms of if we need opinions or assistance.
Any questions? I know Councillor Mapey had his hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. For the canine, how many dogs are we sending up to Kingston annually? Any idea?
It's not a lot, but it's also, so the bylaw enforcement officer has probably impounded 7 or 8 dogs this year. But the other benefit of having the pound is that if we have a resident in the township that finds a dog that's a stray, they can take it to the Humane Society and they can impound it. As well, Frontenac Municipal Law Enforcement, who is our after hours call, they have access to the Kingston Humane Society to impound, where the previous pound that we had prior to the Humane Society wasn't accessible for those purposes. So, thank you.
Any other questions? The only question I have, and it may not be a popular one, but I do value the work that the Committee of Adjustment does. $25 an application, is that a rational and a reasonable amount for what they do? And I realize that certain applications are going to be more complicated and more convoluted, and they are given mileage to go see the property. But has that moved? Has that stayed the same? And should we be looking at remuneration? Because that committee does important work, and we value people's time. So that's my question.
To be honest, I've never encountered a municipality that pays an honorarium to their Committee of Adjustment members. So it's news to me it was news to me when I started with the township that we did that. So,
well, in case that we're superstars, then that's all I needed to know. Thank you. Okay, next.
So this is just an overview of additional changes. So for building, sorry, I couldn't read the title to the slide. For building, this year we have brought down the revenue fees approximately $20,000. Sorry. Yeah, our overall fee revenue is down approximately $20,000. We have increased the building permit renewal fee revenue. Work order letters, we're seeing more requests for work order letters with property purchases, so that's up. Software licensing costs are up again, and training and development is up another $2,000. In terms of key revenue and expenses, $600,000 in permit fees is projected. Reserve fund transfer balance is $273,000. So if you look in the binder, the projected reserve fund at the end of 2026 right now, I believe, is around $11,000. So our reserve fund is taking a bit of a hit. Part of that is due to the change in the way revenues have been accounted for. So if you recall, last year was the first year that we had to do a deferred revenue based on the recommendations of our auditor. So what it meant was we had to look at every permit that was issued in 2024 and assign whether we assigned values to different stages of the permit to look at how much we had earned. So whether we're at 50% based on, say, a framing inspection, then the other 50% of that went into a deferred revenue. So we need to reconcile. Last year, I think we had about $330,000 that was deferred revenue that technically we didn't earn, which went into a holding account to be earned this year. So our revenues hopefully will level out a little bit after this year, but based on the deferred revenues, our numbers are a little bit skewed right now. But based on where we're at this year and looking at the revenues that have been brought in 2025 to date, it looks like it's probably going to level out, and so we'll be sort of even. I'm looking at Phil to see if he's nodding his head because we've been looking at this pretty in a lot of detail lately. And the inspectors have gone through and looked at the permit revenue that was deferred from last year, and it does look like we've pretty much earned all of that back into our account. So it should level out, and then after this year, hopefully, we'll be seeing more regular numbers going forward. In terms of insurance, $103,000 for the insurance. Solicitors, we've got $20,000 budgeted. We are well over that this year. The reason for that being there are a number of long-time enforcements that have been going on. And so we've seen a lot of the legal fees coming in this year for that. Going forward, we have been much more I'm not saying we're turning a blind eye to enforcement, but we've been a little more selective in terms of how we're enforcing certain things and whether we are going to charges and going to court, recognizing the significant expenses that are associated with that. So there are still ongoing court cases, but in some situations, we've been a little more used to more discretion in terms of issuing orders on title to a property so that if they try to sell it, those orders show up and are flagged. If it's a health and safety issue and there's significant issues to it, we will pursue enforcement, but recognizing our legal dollars only goes so far and the hit that our reserve fund will take in doing some of that, we're using a little bit more discretion in terms of how far we go down that road. Any questions?
Any questions for planning and development? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. With the health unit downloading septic inspections to us, that's been what, 3 years now?
2.
It's been 2 years with us having the full range of them. There was a
Okay.
year of transition, so now we've had 2 full years with it.
And how's that going? Keeping abreast? We have enough staff to cover it, all that?
It's going fine. I was looking at the numbers yesterday. When we originally looked at it, we thought we'd have one inspector just doing septic, but that doesn't work. All of our inspectors are qualified for septic. So, I mean, if they're out doing a house inspection, they're going to do the septic inspection at the same time. It just makes sense. So it's working out fine that way. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move forward with the next item on the agenda, operations and infrastructure. Buckle up.
Good afternoon, everybody. So Operations and Infrastructure Department, I'm going to talk to you about the Public Works and Winter Control, Garbage Collection and Landfills, Source Water Protection and Municipal Drains, Recreation, Facilities, and Parks. So overall, the Operations Infrastructure 2026 proposed operating budget is an increase of 4.9% from 5.1336 to 5.384700. And this will be provided in greater detail in the next slide. So within the operating budget, it's broken into public works, winter control, garbage collection, landfill sites, source water protection, municipal drains, recreation facilities, and parks. Some highs, some lows. Overall, we're looking at 4.9% as previously discussed. Next slide, please. So within that, the operating budget, there are some strategic initiatives that are being proposed and addressed at the same time. The first one, the rubber tire excavator. This is a piece of equipment that was purchased in 2025 this year, and we expect a savings of approximately $80,000. I think it's going to be higher than that based on the next slide. But we're saying conservatively, we're looking at about $80,000 as a result of us not having to outsource as much work in our operating and capital projects. We're seeing this already. We're able to respond a lot better to these issues. We're able to complete tasks a lot quicker than we were previously for brushing, for ditching, for replacement of culverts. There are still going to be those circumstances where we have to contract it out, where we just don't have the right equipment, but for the most part, we can handle most of it ourselves in-house. In addition to that, 5-year renewal of the building condition assessments. So if you remember, for those that were on council at that time, we completed this in 2021. I think it was the first comprehensive building condition assessment of all of our buildings that had been completed at that point. And now with the new regulations with the asset management plan and requirements, we have to do a 5-year update of that. So that's what we're including in for 2026. In addition to that, the council request for the functional review of Ivy Lee Road. We've included $30,000 to engage a consultant to undertake the review of the road, look at the widths, look at our access points and all those types of things. Some of this work has already been initiated through engaging a legal surveyor who has been out on site. We expect that to be completed here in the next couple of weeks, where they're locating all of the bars. And thank you to the Director of Planning, Acting CAO, who provided the previous R plans. We're looking at where all the property limits are currently to review that as we look at what the road will be in the future.
So I did have a question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. This is back to the budget highlights. My question was the winter control being almost 40% decrease.
Yep. Based on what we've seen so far.
Could be.
And that's a great question. So what that is, you'll see with winter control a decrease, and then with the roads administration, you'll see an increase, and some of the other items in there. When we initially built the budget, we used the best information that we had at the time, the last few years. And what we're finding is that we're overfunding the winter control based on the last 5 years, which is a standard practice, and we're underfunding. So we've had to revisit the model that we were using for the allocation, and there are increases in some of the summer functions that we provide, like hard top maintenance and ditching and culverts and all those types of things, and the roads administration that have increased as a result of that balancing of where the money is. So when we're doing winter control, obviously we're plowing the roads, and we have 25 events a year. The rest of the time we're doing the other work. We're patching roads, we're doing some ditching, we're doing some culvert work, some brushing, all of that kind of stuff. So it's before we took it as a block that winter control was 5 months, and we need to allocate all of the wages for 5 months for that. But we're finding that we're actually doing more work during that time, that we need to budget more money in those accounts instead. So overall, it balances out as a result.
Excellent.
Okay. Perfect. Go ahead.
And I did have a second question on the same page, and it is the municipal drains, the draft budget opposed to the approved budget, and that number of 17 to 66,000.
So yes, we increased that based on what we're seeing for the cost of the consultants that we've paid over the last few years. We found that we weren't funding quite enough for that and the cost that we're seeing. So this is aligning with what we're actually seeing in terms of our costs for the last few years and budgeting the amount that should be in an appropriate amount for that service.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about those slides? Seeing none, we'll keep moving.
Okay. In addition to the previous page, other strategic initiatives, we're looking at increasing the staffing by a 0.5 FTE. This is a worst case scenario. We are going to be working with the union to see if there are other options to try to address this as well. But what we're proposing, we've had some challenges that have been identified by the union where there wasn't direct supervision over top of the students. So putting a lead hand position in place for the summer, and then subsequently in the winter, we're hiring contract for winter patrol, and this 1 or 0.5 increase FTE would result in not having to have these contracts in place. It would be that one body that would cover those roles. So it wouldn't necessarily be the same person that would be the lead hand as would be the additional winter operator. It's just having that capacity to be able to cover off those roles.
But it is dependent on discussions with the union and management practices.
That is correct.
Okay. So this is a worst case scenario.
This is a worst case scenario. Yeah.
Thank you.
In addition to that, everybody's heard about the Blue Box material agreement, CMO. So we're looking at a decrease of $172,000 in revenue. There are some offsets with this as well. So it's not all $172,000. There's some other items where we have been contracting for the bins historically for recycling and the trucking and all of those types of things where we won't have to do that anymore. So we should see a reduction in that to offset some of this 172, but the direct contribution that we've received previously has been decreased by roughly $172,000.
And thus that was the rationale for requesting council to direct staff to look into garbage collection, correct?
That is correct. In addition to looking at our operations and trying to make it more efficient, more effective, we're certainly going to be looking at that sooner rather than later, because the timing for, like, if we were to move ahead with something like that is a little bit longer than what I had been led to believe initially. So we are working on that currently and hope to have something in Q1 of 2026 for council's consideration.
Okay. Any questions in regards to those items? Sorry, you didn't get to the recreation student position, did you?
Yeah, in the recreation student, we're finding that our recreation coordinator, facilities coordinator, being pulled in multiple directions in the summertime with our users and facility bookings. So this is just providing some support through the summer months, through our peak months, to help assist her with being able to provide those services.
And would we be applying for summer jobs? Because it's a student position, I'm assuming we would be looking towards Canada Jobs for the summer grant program. Mel's
Yes.
not here.
Melanie's not here, unfortunately, but I do believe that we have put an application in for that
Yeah.
as well too.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on.
Okay. So winter control overall, you can see the, this is Public Works and winter control. So Public Works, you can see the roads administration is an increase. That increase in roads administration is basically salaries and benefits. And then corresponding, you'll see snow plowing, sanding, that there's a reduction in that as well. And that's just the transfer from one to the other, basically. There are some other functions in there that have increased, and overall, that's pretty much what it is those transfers.
Sorry, can we go back a slide? So the top photo is Washburn?
That top photo, I believe, is Junetown Road, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And that, I don't need to know where it is on the highway, but the bottom excavator.
Actually, I do apologize. I believe that is Washburn Road on the top, and that is Junetown on the bottom.
Right. So but just to the point that was made in an earlier slide, I know the rubber tire excavator isn't in in these photos. But when it comes to brushing, when it comes to ditching, all of those things, that's what that machine is for, to assist the operators in having the right tools to do some of this work we would otherwise contract out.
That is correct. We have tried renting equipment in the summer as well. It's hard to find a rubber tire excavator that we can move from site to site. So we've been reliant on contractors to move fleet from one spot to another as well. This gives us a lot more functionality, and we're a lot more efficient as a result of having this piece of equipment.
The other, I guess, speaking to the middle photo in regards to snowplows, I did receive a couple of inquiries this morning in regards to when are we going to plow my road and that sort of thing. And I know that's not for this discussion, but just another plug to direct people to the report it function if they're having issues getting in and out of roadways because of drainage, water, ice, whatever. Please use the report it function. But my question to the director is, I know that we've taken a bit of a different plan when it comes to replacement of our tandems. I know that we originally were replacing them at an alarming rate when you first got here, and we've stretched them out. How are our tandems making out under, significant snowfalls as far as maintenance and upkeep? And I know that we have our full-time mechanic there as well, but he's only one person, so.
Yes, thank you for that. So when I started here, the replacement schedule for the tandems was every 6 years. We have, I wrote it down too, we have 8 tandems here. So if you can imagine, every 6 years, we're replacing more than one tandem per year. At I think our last one was around the $500,000 mark, slightly over $500,000. That's not sustainable. Now, obviously, we had to put some measures in place. We have a mechanic now. We have the equipment that he needs to be able to do maintenance of those trucks. As they get older, obviously, we need to do more maintenance on them. And every year, it doesn't matter what you do with the trucks, they will break down the first snowfall. At one point, we were down 3 trucks with the first snowfall that we had. We're back up and running now. I think we're down to 1 being down. He does a great job of maintaining it, but we have pushed the replacement from 6 years to 11 years at this point. And like I said, they do require, you see the fleet maintenance has increased, but certainly not the level of replacing them every 6 years. So it's still more beneficial to delay them. I wouldn't delay them too much longer than 11 years, but right now we're at 11 years, and we seem to be finding that balance where we're in good shape otherwise.
So to the point that Councillor Lackey had made earlier, maintaining fleet, keeping things up to date, having all of the costs associated with putting gas and fuel and oil and whatever, that costs more every year. But we're leveling a lot of this out because we're not replacing them as often. However, there's a cost for fleet maintenance, but it's still considerably less than buying new tandems every 6 or 7 years. So I'm just trying to put it in the most succinct way for the public to understand. Because at the end of the day, instead of trading your car every 6 years or 4 years, 3 years, whatever your thing is that you're pushing it out almost double. So, okay, Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Worship, through you. How many plow trucks do we have that are the same age or close proximity?
I believe that we have through your worship, I think we have 2 tandems that are the same year. We have one that's a 2012, so it's well beyond the replacement cycle. It's the spare right now. We kept it for that purpose. And then we've delayed a few trucks. So we're out of sync with that replacement, which is why we only have 2 that are the same year. The plan going forward is to have a continued replacement, 1 per year, so that it's continuous. We can plan for it, and we can budget for it as well too. I don't think it would be sustainable for us to replace 2 tandems at that time at this point. But we've also had conversations with the county and other lower tiers about group buying for that purpose as well too. I know in my previous life managing fleet directly that when you're buying something, they say 3 or more, you tend to get the best deals. So we've had those conversations about working together and trying to do a bigger group buying as well to try to find some savings.
Okay, so how many trucks do we have all told?
We have 8.
6? Great.
8
So
tandems.
We have 8 tandems.
Okay.
I can take a run through of what we have that we put fuel into. We have 3 mowers, 1 3-ton, 5 half-tons, 3 3/4 tons, 8 tandems, 5 tractors, 1 wheel excavator, 2 loaders, 2 backhoes, 2 graders, 1 hot box that's diesel fired, 1 chipper, and a forklift. That's our entire fleet.
Okay, so spreading this out would be the wise thing to do, but we're in that window now.
We are in that window, and working with the director of corporate services, we have tried to flatten that curve as much as possible. Unlike fire, we're not regulated to replace our trucks at a certain time, so we're trying to find those pockets where we can put ours in and not make it a large increase one year and then a low the next. We try to balance it out as much as possible so that we can flatten that curve out.
Have you gotten any current prices of what a new truck and plow is worth? I encountered a couple of conversations with totally different organizations, and it seems like their prices, there being the truck and plows, are not increasing like our fire trucks are.
Yes, so we purchased our last tandem last year,
Mhm.
and we were around the 500,000 mark when we purchased
Right,
it.
and they're still staying there.
They seem to be, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Any further comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor, maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. What is the average mileage per truck that we're doing a year?
We're in the weeds on that one.
I had to ask it though.
So I'm sure he could text somebody out, and
Yeah.
Johnny
I'll wait
can,
for an answer.
can handle that. It's a good question though. Go ahead.
We're prepared for that next year.
Uh,
If I can confuse that question for Councillor maybe. In a hotter demand and demanding a higher price right now, is a truck that's pre-emissions, highway transport I'm talking about, than a truck that's newer and is emissions. The emissions technology on trucks is seriously expensive and breaks down frequently. And the owners of these trucks, including fleets, are trying to stay away from them, literally.
So
And,
new technology is not always the best.
Case in point, a large fleet, they didn't file for bankruptcy. I'm not sure what they did. A large fleet in the GTA shut down just last week. The trucks were sold within 3 days. And there was 200 and some trucks.
Yikes.
Most of them were bought by 2 other fleets. They just couldn't get them fast enough because they knew they were pre-emission trucks.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next slide.
So
Just
with Public Works, some of our key operating expenses include supplies and materials. So within that, we have culverts, gravel, signs, hot patch, and all those types of things that we use. Contracted services, that's our sweeping, asphalt, paving, ditches, and culverts. Fuel and diesel, that's obviously for all of our equipment that we have here. Fleet maintenance and tires, we're at $195,000. Like I said, still relatively cheap compared to purchasing a new vehicle every year. Railway crossings, these are for the wigwags. It's the responsibility for the municipality to maintain those or pay for the maintenance of those. Insurance, $186,600. Training and development, we've increased slightly. There's some training that we need to do to keep our staff up to date and safe. Software licensing, this is for our, thought I wrote this one down. This is for our AutoCAD as well as PSD. Public road grant program. This is the maintenance grant for the private lanes as well as the capital grant for private lanes, and this hasn't changed from 2025. And then the materials for winter control. This is the salt and sand, and I think even some of the snowplow blades get charged to that account as well too.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the private roads grants, we've been funding this for a few years now. Where are we on this? Have we covered half those roads? Are half those roads 50% compliant? Like, where do we stand on all this?
We were underfunded through your worship. We were underfunded through the capital grant this year. We found that there was less of an investment in the capital road grants. So if council remembers, we did the initial maintenance grant for the private lanes for the sand and grading and all those types of things. We put out the capital grant, and I think we funded about half of what the budget was, and then did a second installment on the maintenance grant, which was greatly appreciated by all of the lanes. I think we received, I want to say it was like 8 submissions for the capital grant. The work that was done there, obviously it's for widening, brushing, all those kinds of things. They're doing great work. It seems to be consistently the same lanes that are applying for that. We're not receiving any new ones. We continue to try to push it, and who knows? Money's tight right now, so I'm not sure if it was just a circumstance of where things are at. But the ones that are committing to this, and the ones that are investing in their lanes, they're seeing the benefits, and they're very grateful that the council has considered this for moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Any comments or questions? Go ahead.
Okay. 2026 key operating changes. So contracted services for bridges and culverts, as well as ditching. This is what I was talking about with the rubber tire excavator. We expect that we're going to see a savings as a result of having that machine, and that with the public works and the winter control, that reflects with the 0%. So you have the transfer of the wages and benefits, but then with us having this piece of equipment, we're able to keep that lower by having this reduction in contracted services. Contracted services for hardtop maintenance, an increase. I didn't make a note of this one, unfortunately, but I believe this is paving back in all of the culverts and that we replace. Obviously something that we can't provide ourselves. We don't have the equipment to do that. So as we do more culverts, we're able to do more culverts in-house. We're going to pay a bit more money for paving them back in. Fleet maintenance and tires increase. Same thing, the cost of tires. I made a note of this. I think, Terry, you made a comment about it. Grader tires alone, if we replace the tires, all 6 tires in a grader, we're about $15,000. To replace steer tires on our tandem trucks, we're $1,200 per tire. And on the drive tires, which we have 8 of, we're $700 per tire. So
the mileage would be very important to know, because how many miles does it take, or kilometers does it take before we change those tires?
yes, and our manager.
So the question is very germane.
Our manager of roads and fleet does have all that information, out as does our mechanic. And every year for us and for fire, we have somebody come in and assess the tires. If like our spare truck, if it has better tires than a truck that's going to be running all the time, then we swap them out. We make those changes. If we're selling a truck, we don't sell it with brand new tires on. So we always try to do those shifts before we get rid of vehicles as well too. Make sure that they're still safe and pass the safety, but certainly not the best tires in the fleet on a vehicle that we're getting rid of. And that's how we're able to keep that number fairly low.
Okay, go ahead.
Tires can bring up a whole gamut of discussion when you're sitting around the table with those that are vested in them. The dump trucks, or I should say the plow trucks would be a better example right now with snow. They wear rear tires off at a much higher rate than, say, the fire trucks. They're pushing load, therefore they're doing this constant gripping and spinning and digging. They would eat rear tires off a truck much faster than a highway truck that's just rolling. So it's pretty hard to, Councillor Maybe's question, to put it into mileage. The steer tires, you could narrow them down. Most steer tires on highway trucks, 1.5 years, that's it. So at $1,200 a tire for 1.5 years, it's pretty expensive rubber.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Fuel, we've bumped that up just in anticipation of costs going up and us driving more and all those types of things. From Young service agreement, we've seen that we're actually generating more money than when we had initially anticipated as a result of this. So we bumped that up to align with what we saw for the previous winter season. And then materials for winter controls up $10,000 to align with the contract that we have with our supplier for sand and salt.
Just for the edification of council and anybody who may be watching, those bullet points beside the arrows have no meaning. Those aren't negative signs. It's just for whatever reason, the formatting didn't line up. So it's still an increase of 15 and an increase of 10. So any further comments or questions? No hands up, so we'll move on.
So garbage collection and landfills. Overall, landfill site, you see an increase of 79.1%. This is a result of the recycling revenue decrease of 60K, as well as the transfer to reserve of increase of $25,000. That's all fit in there, just some of the key high points. Overall, we're looking at an increase of 18.8%, or I apologize, a net difference of about $108,000. Some of the key operating changes for 2025, waste label revenue. This has been increased to align with what we're seeing, actual revenue that we're generating over the years. Similarly, contracted services. This is for the contract that we have with Fast Eddies for our my apologies, our processing of brush, as well as the compaction and cover that we're doing at the landfills. So allowing for that cost to align with what we're seeing for actual. $25,000 for consultants. This is for our monitoring program and both of our open and closed landfills that we have. And then the recycling contract. So this one was a slight oversight when we were preparing the budget, but luckily with us determining that we're going to move forward with a bin at Lansdowne for the non-eligibles, that's what would fund this bullet. So the miss initially, we had selected what we used last year, but now that we've gone to the CMO, we don't have that recycling contract where we have to pay for the bins to be shipped out and the trucking, but we do now for the non-eligible for 2026. So we're covered for that. Some of the key operating revenues and expenditures, $45,000 for our garbage collection contract, which I believe takes us to the end of next year, if I'm not mistaken. Waste label revenue, we're at $245,000. Recycling revenue, $120,000, which I don't think that we have quite that much anymore. I think I guess it is. It's 108 plus a few other things, so about $120,000.
Yeah, that includes some scrap metal and
scrap
miscellaneous
yeah.
revenue on top of that. Yeah.
Landfill obligations. This is the transfer for closures, and then 210 for contracted services at all sites. This is our contract with Fast Eddy currently, and then consultants $235,000 for all of the sites. Recycling contract. Yeah. Okay.
Any comments or questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. The two remote sites that have been closed for years that we talked about mining and then properly closing, have they been started or finished or?
So we haven't done anything to this point at those locations. What we've done right now, we've got the reports, we brought the reports through to council, and we have submitted those reports through to FCM, and we're waiting to hear back from them on that. We haven't budgeted in 2026 for moving forward with those. We'll have conversations with the ministry about our requirements for updating the ECA and all those types of things. And the work will be about a year or two before we can actually get in there and do that work.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor. Or Councillor maybe, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So with those waste sites, as Councillor or Deputy Mayor Bodie was talking about, is there grant money being submitted for those, or are they being covered any monies from anywhere else?
So at this point, there are no eligible or available grants for those sites. When we had applied initially through the Green Municipal Fund through FCM, there were further steps that could be taken for funding, and then they changed their model about halfway through us doing the work that we were doing. So we didn't have the information in place to be able to apply for that, and we're hopeful that something else will come up, but at this point there's nothing.
Any other comments? Okay, next.
Okay. For recreation, we're looking at an increase overall of 14%. The biggest one is adult and senior programming. So the 12.1 for recreation, that's salaries and benefits for the summer student. And then the adult and senior programs as a result of decreased registration fees and also the increase in instructor fees. So some of the key changes, $5,000 increase for instructor fees, and then a $13,600 salaries and benefits for the student position. Increase in $2,000 for memberships for our recreation and facilities operator or coordinator. And then a $7,500 registration fee reduction for programming that we provide. Overall, the key operating revenues and expenses, $22,500 in registration fees or revenue, $28,000 instructor fees for expense, software licensing for, I believe this is the facility booking.
Yeah, for eBase, yeah.
For the eBase program, or $8,400 for the year. Insurance is $32,100 as an expense, $16,000 in supplies, and then the arena agreement with the town of Gananoque of $165,000.
I'm sorry, I had a thought and it's escaped me. I apologize. So, Councillor Lackey, you had your hand up? No? Okay. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll move on.
Facilities for 2026, we're looking at an increase of 19.4% overall. This is the maintenance of our facilities, heat and hydro, all those types of things that come along with those. In addition to the fuels that we put into our fleet, obviously we have to fuel these to keep them heated as well too, and maintain them to keep the doors open and functional. Some of the key operating changes, we're looking at $6,500 in rental revenue increase. Our janitorial contract, we're anticipating it's due for renewal, or going back out for procurement. So we're expecting that there'll be a slight increase to that service that's provided. We're anticipating that utilities will go up about $23,300. So now that we have the Escott Hall back online, we have Springfield House and a new facility with the fire hall. That's where we expect that there will be an increase. $2,500 for training and development for the staff. And then some of the key operating revenues and expenses, debt repayment of the municipal office in the garage is $27,700, as Phil had previously spoke to. $17,300 for overhead charge recovered through the building division. That's a credit. And then for $54,000 is our paramedic services rental agreement, which runs until 2030, I believe. That's the horizon on that agreement. $24,000 for rental revenue from Lansdowne Community Building and Sealy's Bay Community Building. $104,300 building maintenance for all facilities. This is a reduction from previous years. There are some things that we've reassessed and determined that can be delayed, so we're able to keep that number fairly low. $51,500 is our janitorial contract for all of our facilities currently, and then $224,800 for utilities, hydro and heat for all of our facilities, and $99,000 for insurance.
Discussion? I remembered what I was going to say earlier. To the point that Councillor Lackey had made earlier about things that we have to have, things that we have no control over, that sort of thing. Really, any recreation budgeting stuff is not required by the province. We choose to have it. We are not required to have a library. We choose to have it. So when you look at the overall budget of these things, of what we have to have, what we're obligated by reg, as far as fire and that sort of thing, like there's very little movement in this budget for what we get to have total control over, and those are really the only two things that we are not obligated to have per se. So any further comments? Next. Oh, parks. We're not obligated to have parks, but we love our parks.
So overall, parks, we're looking at a decrease of 6.3%, or $19,300 for the maintenance and upkeep and all those types of things that we do at all of those facilities. Some of the key operating changes for 2025, increase in maintenance of $4,200 and an increase in contracted services also for maintaining our parks. Key operating revenues and expenses. $14,000 rental and concession revenue at Kendricks Park is anticipated. $18,000 in marina docking fees at Sealy's Bay Marina. $20,000 in contracted services for all the parks that our majority of our students do in the summertime. $17,000 in supplies and materials at all the parks. $17,000 as well for maintenance at all the parks. $5,000 in equipment and tools, and $12,000 for water for Jerry Park for the splash pad, and $62,400 for insurance.
Any questions in regards to those budgets? Go ahead, Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, the Parks Administration have a decrease of 29%. Is there?
Would be chargebacks, I would think.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I can speak to that. It's kind of similar to what the director talked about in Public Works and Winter Control with the staff allocation.
Okay.
This decrease here is a lot of that is the increase in facilities. So the facilities full-time staff does get split with parks and facilities traditionally in the summer. So we were just realigning with where they are actually coding and allocating their time to. So in previous years, they had more allocation in parks, but that wasn't where their time is being coded to. It was more facilities. So that if you put them together, they kind of help explain each other, similar to previous.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments? Moving right along. We're not even an hour in. I'm gonna plow
We're gonna plow through Carl and get going.
Yeah, poor Carl. Has anybody met Carl here? Has everybody met Carl? Carl is our clerk's lovely, lovely pooch, who is the saddest looking soul on the face of the earth. And really, Carl looks like he needs a break. So, but we're not gonna give Carl a break right now. We're gonna wait for a bit.
So with that, we're through the departmental section. So we're gonna move on to 2026 capital, which is tab 4, which starts on page 55 of the binder for those following along at home. So I'll speak for a little bit just on some high level overview, and then we'll throw to the directors to speak to specific projects that are proposed. So 2026 proposed capital budget, it's just under 5.3 million. You can see on the slide there, kind of breaks it down by the asset category. The largest areas are the road network and fleet, which is pretty typical. In addition to the new money that we are proposing, the new budget of 5.3, we are expecting about 1.6 million in carry forward projects from 2025 as well, which would bring the combined capital to about 6.8 million. And specific capital projects will be discussed coming up. In terms of funding, so how are we going to pay for that 5.25 million? So the funding plan for 2026, it's primarily funded through our capital reserve fund. So just over $4 million, or about 77%. So our capital reserve funds that we do contribute through operating and the levy is our primary source of funding. In addition to this, we have 250,000 coming from the special project reserve, which is going to help fund the replacement tanker truck. So I just want to know, this is kind of new for this year. Part of the flow through from the casino revenue through the special projects, and we built it into the 10-year capital plan of allocating $250,000 of that flow through to help with different capital projects each year. In addition, we have 250,000 coming from the cash in lieu of Parkland Reserve Fund, and that is slated to go towards Jerry Park improvements, specifically the new accessible surface, to go with the new climber that was just recently installed a couple weeks ago. And then finally, there's about 730,000 in combined OCIF and CCBF, which we talked about earlier, and those are put towards different road projects. So that's the overall funding plan for the new budget in 2026. In terms of carryover, I mentioned earlier, there's just under 1.6 million in projected. It's kind of a convoluted slide, but some of the larger carry forward projects are listed on there, and there's more in the binder. But they do include the Escott Hall Archives, which just under $500,000. Fire Station 1 clean room for 200,000, and the Ivy Lee Wharf parking lot of about a couple $100,000 as well, projected in carry forward. I do want to note some of the projects that we're releasing from last year. The Fire Station number 2, Lansdowne Urbanization Project, which we'll touch on in a bit. Those projects are being released. They were previously to be funded through various grants or debt that didn't necessarily come to fruition. So we're releasing the budget in the sense, but it doesn't really go to help relieve pressures because it was just funded through debt or grant, not through the reserves.
It doesn't mean that we won't be doing them either. It just means
No,
we'll be doing
so
them differently.
Lansdowne Urbanization specifically, which we'll touch on in roads, but just means we're piecemealing it out now instead of a large, since we weren't successful in our grant application. So it's just kind of smoothed out over multiple years now. And I'm going to throw it now over to the Director of Operations if there are not any questions, and we'll start going through the specific projects. And then after the projects, I will do an overview of the 10-year capital financial plan as well.
Please go ahead.
For 2026 bridges and culverts, we have the Black Rapids Road Bridge. If everybody remembers, in 2025, we had included money in there for replacing the Black Rapids Bridge, like for like, a single lane for a single lane. But after reviewing the transportation master plan, we identified that Black Rapids Road was identified as a detour for County Road 3. And any replacements that were to happen of the bridge and road going forward were to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic. So we've went back to the drawing board and we've included additional money in there to be able to replace that. I think we're looking at culverts to replace the bridge that's in there. So this money will cover the cost for replacing that to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic on that road as proposed. Union Road culvert, this one, it's not an OSIM bridge. It's one that came up, was identified as a structure on Union Road that was getting to the end of its useful life. We included this in our OSIM inspections, and the engineers went out and said this one should be replaced sooner rather than later. So we're including that in 2026 to address that. And then Ivy Lee Road culvert, we spoke about this one as well. Same engineers had a look at that one for us and said that there's some delamination of the culvert from the structure, and they had concerns. This one, it was the same time as the Kidd Road and Fairfax culverts. We're designing this one to plan for the replacement in 2026.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. With regards to the Black Rapids Road Bridge requiring 2 lanes, is that not something that should be done on all our roads now? For the simple reason we're building these for the future, not for the present. Like, I must admit, I was a little surprised on the North Kidd Road, just south of County Road 3 a couple of years ago, when we swapped out that culvert, and then we brought in guardrails that narrowed the road in. Not that it likely wasn't any narrower now than it was then. But my thought at the time was that it automatically would have been made at least as wide as the road on either side of it. So is that a discussion we should have as far as moving forward, that all culverts and bridges should be widened to a 2-lane category, unless they're definitely going to be a rural road and maybe not qualify for a 2-lane, but definitely a 1.5 lanes. In the case of the culvert I just referred to, I'm thinking of our snowplows. The first thing I thought of when I drove across that day was snowplows are going to like this. But is this something we should be looking at as far as, widening our roads to satisfy needs of the future more so than the present?
Through Your Worship, we definitely consider that with the roads when we are replacing them. Kin Road, we did account for 2 lanes of traffic. It's, I think we're 7.8 meters, if I'm not mistaken, from guide rail to guide rail, which will accommodate 2 lanes. There are some roads where I don't know that it would make sense. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but if the traffic counts will never exceed a certain number and the cost of that structure is too great, then it's something that would have to really be considered. But for the most part, we do try to accommodate 2 lanes of traffic every time we replace a culvert or a bridge.
Well, maybe I should say, especially on connector roads, as opposed to one we live on, which is the dead end. Roads that could be used as a secondary connector should another road be shut down.
Yeah, and that's, I guess that's one of the ones that I'm thinking of, like Red Horse. Red Horse has a fairly large structure on it.
Right.
And, less than half a dozen homes at the end of it. To invest to build it to a 2-lane traffic, the cost benefit might not be there for the next 50-year period, but certainly it's something that needs to be considered when we are replacing the structure.
Okay. Thanks.
Just, there was something you said, Director Holiday, in regards to the culvert replacement on Kidd Road. That is not a 2-lane bridge. The replacement that happened at the very end of Kidd Road North towards County Road 3, you can't get 2 cars side by side on that.
Okay, that was supposed to be designed for 2 lanes, so I'll have to take a look at
Not a chance. That's why I was like, when you said that, I was like, I wouldn't chance that.
I will look into that.
Yeah, please do, because
Well.
I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the one we were talking about. Okay, so those are the major bridges and culverts that are going to be dealt with. So next slide.
For buildings and facilities for Fire Station 3, we're looking to design a clean room. So similar to what we're looking at for Station 1, and the fire chief can speak to the clean room much better than I can.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, for Station 3, that station's a little tighter than what we have at Station 1, where we actually have some room inside. So we met with a group to talk about what it would take to do some engineering for an addition onto Station 3, so that we could have a separate space for our bunker room and our clean room. So when they come in, they can just go into a separate area and then into the fire hall after. So that's what that Station 3 clean room addition looks like.
And they gave us a price to do that work as well too. But we included additional money. We'll obviously have to go through site plan approval and all those types of things for expanding the building, as well as geotechnical, because the facility isn't large enough to accommodate the clean room. We'll have to expand it outside. So we'll have to look at geotechnical and make sure that we can actually accommodate that with the proper structure that we need to have in place. In addition to that, at Station 4, we have some challenges in terms of operating 2 different functions out of one facility. So this is an opportunity for us to take a look at how we can move forward and accommodate both fire and operations at that location. Fire, they have to have front running vehicles that face out, and they are getting larger, and it is becoming more complicated to share space, as well as us when we're working in the winter time, and the updated winter control plan that we put together. This was a big point for us, having sand and equipment there to be able to take off from that location to provide a higher level of service. So we just need to find a way for us to be able to live in harmony within one facility and have enough room for us to be able to grow there. Lansdowne Community Hall. This one is the kitchenette upstairs in the upstairs meeting room. It's at the end of its useful life. There are doors that are broken and countertops and things just, as a rentable space and our highest rented space, it's not very appealing for the public to come in there. It's a bit tired and needs to be replaced. Similarly with the flooring down in the community hall, I think that's original to the building and
It sure is.
and needs to be replaced. We received complaints from the user groups that it's not very attractive, it's not very appealing, and it is getting tired. The cleaners have indicated that it's becoming more and more complicated to try to refinish it every year when they go in there. The third part to this is replacing the lighting in the library. A lot of the lights, the ballasts are gone in them. So this is our opportunity to upgrade those lights to LED and just make sure that we're providing a facility there that people want to come into and they can actually see what they're doing when they're in there.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a comment on the LED replacements. They are dimmable, not just full on. Seems like any place that we've had that situation, we've had to adjust them later on and put dimmable in. So do it off the get-go, please.
Thank you. Through your worship, we've had that challenge here in our facility with some of our LED lights that we put in. We've learned that firsthand as well. So we will definitely take that into account as we move forward. The last one, obviously, the Sealy's Bay Community Hall adaptive use detailed design, $100,000. So this will get us from the visioning stage into the detailed design stage. We're currently at the process or at the stage right now where we've met with some of the user groups that provided plans and discuss some of the alternatives moving forward and getting that feedback from them. And we hope to be able to bring something to council in Q1 and have a conversation to be able to move forward with detailed design at that point.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, Lansdowne Community Hall, the seniors room. Last year, we had budgeted to put windows in there. There were some hiccups I realized were encountered, namely the price of the windows were much higher than anticipated. And now they're not in there at all. What's the plan there?
Through your worship. So overall, the windows that aren't functioning, when we put out the tender, it was for replacing all of the windows in the building. It was for replacing all of the doors, exterior, and the cost that came back was astronomical. It was, I don't know if it was 3 or 4 times what we had budgeted. It was a really big number. The approach that we're taking right now is under operating. We're going to replace the windows that need to be replaced. And then get the information from the building condition assessments to help us determine what to do next.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? Oh, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I don't know if I missed it. We went from page 58 and 59 and there was a number of items. I know that's 25 budget on 58, but on page 59, I did have a question regarding the Ivy Lee Wharf parking lot. Do we need to pave that? I was surprised when I saw it was to be paved.
We are. So the Ivy Lee parking lot, that one, when we designed it, we were looking initially at, they had designed it for two lifts of asphalt. We've reduced that down to 1 lift of asphalt. We have gone through site plan approval showing that we were going to pave it, and we've also awarded a tender to Tackberry. Now they gave us a cost that was much higher, and we've had conversations with them to reduce that. I think we're looking at about $146,000 plus tax to complete the project right now with the reductions that we removed for it. For us, in terms of maintaining that facility going forward, it will be a lot easier for us to try to maintain it with the lift of asphalt than it would be with gravel. Not like a gravel road where you run a grader in. It's a lot more labor intensive to try to maintain a gravel parking lot. Where people are in turning and spinning their tires and pushing boats and all those kinds of things. So that we did the absolute minimum in terms of what we're comfortable with for asphalt. But we feel that moving forward, the best thing for that facility would be to put at least 1 lift of asphalt in there for long-term maintenance.
And realistically, it probably would not require ongoing maintenance, like for all that it will be used. It's not like it's going to be heavy traffic year round.
No, that I was down there last week. I see all the wood is cut or all the trees are cut to make way for the new planning. Those roots still have to be taken out?
Yes.
At least some of them?
Yeah, no, when Tackberry comes in to do their project, they will remove all those stumps for us.
Okay.
Because they have to prepare the base for the parking lot anyways. What's in there is a mixture. It's contaminated soil right now. Contaminated in terms of dirt organics in with the gravel, not contaminated like spills. But it's considered contaminated. You'll never get the proper compaction of that. So the intent is to remove all of that, put a proper base underneath the parking lot, and then get it paved. So as they're in there rooting around, pulling all that stuff out, they will pull all the stumps out for us as well too.
Okay, thank you.
The other reason why we would want to pave that parking lot is to also maximize the number of spaces that are able to be utilized, because people don't all park in a similar way, and it may not be the best, most efficient use of said parking lot. Well, so the hope is, the other thing is that, that we'll maximize the number of spaces and delineate how people should come in and out. We have to provide a guidebook, but that's another reason why that it needs to be paved so that we can identify those lines. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Just before I go, drawing line in the sands don't work. It has to be paved anyways.
Back on page 58, where table 46, Lansdowne Community Hall, the windows and doors to Deputy Mayor Fodes, it says 8,400 and it says completed. So that is the ones that were broken or not functioning properly that were replaced for that.
I can
correct?
I can speak to that, Mayor. Sorry. The 8,400 was actually was what we had spent on detailed design and engineering for the potential of it. And then may not remember, we transferred the remaining budget out of there to different projects during 2025. So it shouldn't really say completed. It should really say budget transferred,
Okay.
which was my mistake.
Well, that's why I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, no, it wasn't really completed. It was more transferred.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, on you go.
Dave's going to get a break now. Momentarily.
Overall, for fleet, we have $1.265 million, which will come up on the next page. And then the rest, I think, is you.
Yeah.
Is your microphone on?
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it's a fleet of machinery. Tom's going to speak to the IT, and then the chief will speak to his slide, and then it'd be back to Director Holiday.
Okay, go ahead.
Over to you, Tom.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Just quickly, two items, the server replacement at 59.8 carry forward, and then an additional 30,000 goes back to a corporate acquisition. Company named Broadcom bought a company named VMware, and customers in our sector, in our quantity or customer size, saw price increases on renewals of server equipment, averaging 300%. That carry forward is certainly coming from a quote from a competitor of that company, because we're not looking at that company any longer. But the competitors have certainly, with an increase in demand, have had to increase their pricing. And then with the firewall, we're looking at a bit of a different direction in how we change things. So looking to carry that over into 2026.
Thank you. Questions? I have no hands up, so next person.
Through your worship, thank you. So for capital this year, the main pieces are up on the slide. We did have a couple of carry forwards as well from last year, with our mule being carried forward and our extrication struts. Our extrication struts are ordered. We were just a little late in the process of getting that all put together, and we're just waiting. They should be here first week of January or so. Basically for fleet this year, we're looking at a $770,000 tanker truck, which the truck in the picture is the same truck as we would have. It would be the sister truck to the one we bought for Station 3 that we use for all our AutoX and medical responses out of this station. It would go to Station 3 because of the personnel, the amount of personnel we have there. This truck replaces a 1977 single axle vacuum tanker that's more than seen its life expectancy, and accounts for a large number of dollars in tires this past year.
I have a comment.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, talking to a resident not too long ago, and big question, why do we need such big trucks? I explained that with our highway usage that we use a lot of these trucks on, we need that weight help. So if there's anything else you can add to that, or that answer.
Absolutely, through your worship. 401 especially, well, any highway is a very scary place to be standing. It's scary enough to drive on, but stand on the middle of it, it's not very nice at all. There certainly has been some comments made about smaller vehicles being used as blockers. You don't have to look very far west. There's probably been 4 fire departments that have been smashed up over the last year, at $1 million trucks being smashed up. Yep, that's a large amount of money, but it's going to be a whole lot worse if they take out some of our firefighters. So yes, we do take those big trucks out on the 401 and the other highways, and they act as blockers. Yesterday in the news, there was 2 OPP injured when they got hit out on the 401 up in Western Ontario. So absolutely, I'll put as many trucks in the way. We were on the highway westbound last week at Joyceville Road, and we had a very long incident and not enough trucks to block. And as soon as they got by the pumper, they were heading for the passing lane again. We were right up against the concrete median to try to stay out of the area, and it's all black ice through there. So people just don't seem to care or see all the lights, and they just keep going as fast as they can. So yes, absolutely. That's why those big trucks are there.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, what is the capacity of the new pumper truck or new tanker truck?
Good question. So this is a 1,700 gallon tanker. So it'll give us an extra couple hundred gallons on what the truck it replaces.
Yeah.
Plus gives us room for 3 more people
All right.
in the vehicle.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? If not, continue on.
So the other vehicle that we're looking at is a walk around rescue. It's the second vehicle. Basically, it's on a 550 Ford chassis. And then it would have all the compartments for doing our ice water rescue, medical equipment, whatever we want to put in there on a smaller vehicle. No pump, no water on that. What that replaces is a 2003 walk around rescue that runs out of Station 4. Not the most practical truck, and it's actually had a couple of fires inside the electrical on it, so it's on a very shortened timeline. This works well. It's got room for 5 firefighters in it as well, which will make it easier to get our firefighters there without people riding backwards in the back end of the box truck. We would keep the one rescue truck we have here, which is a walk-in rescue. We'll look at when we're replaced, we'd leave that as a full-size walk-in rescue, just so we have a place to keep firefighters warm in the winter and cool in the summer if we need to, or extended periods. So that's what we're proposing on that. It just gives us a little bit smaller truck. And what that does is it moves, decreases one of the trucks out of the fleet, because we'll not need the pickup truck at Station 4, which will go into an admin truck, and that will get rid of the other truck out of service. The next big one is 70,000 for new and replacement of existing bunker gear. We try to, in the last couple of years, start to replace some of the older gear. In 2016, they bought 60 sets of bunker gear. Now bunker gear is running almost $3,100 a piece. So I didn't really want to come back in at the next year's budget and say, hey, we'd really like 60 sets of bunker gear. So the treasurer and I have been working over the past couple of years of breaking that out and doing 35,000 in brand new for the new folks and 35,000 for existing stuff that we're trying to cycle through, so that we don't have a big hit at the end of that. 74,000 in auto extrication rams. We've been doing a lot of changes with our auto equipment. You'll remember the last couple of years, 3 years, we've bought battery powered AmpGis cutters and spreaders. This is just a continuation on that. What these extrication rams do is they help us spread the car apart to get people out from under dashboards or move the vehicle seats or whatever we need to do. Currently, we have battery powered cutter spreaders and hydraulic powered rams. So it's just more equipment on the truck, and we can take some of that off the truck once we get some more battery powered. So we're just trying to complete our end on that. As well as 30,000 in extrication struts. You'll remember the carry forward from last year is 40,000. We're looking to try to increase that so we can make our range a little bit easier with all the trucks, especially the 401 and the bigger trucks on the highways. Being able to stabilize those with this would be very advantageous with what we're.
Councillor maybe.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And so with all this extra equipment, you're basically trying to outfit all 4 stations with the same equipment, same places on the truck, so that any interaction of personnel can grab the same piece of equipment and know how to run it, right?
Through your worship, absolutely. We're trying to standardize as much as we can with our fleet, as well as with our with our tools. So every station now has a full set of battery powered cutters and spreaders. Every station will have the right amount of extrication struts. Obviously, the 401 calls, a lot of times there's the law of averages says there's way more transports on 401. So we will have a little bit more of the struts in the front two stations just because of the frequency. But yeah, we're trying to outfit everybody as close to the same as we can. Saves training costs and everything else. The last one on the slide is battery powered fans. I spoke about a grant from the gas companies. They have given us enough money to look at 2 fans and in order to outfit the other 2 stations, I'm coming for 2 more fans, which will complement that. Battery powered fans work very nicely because we can go and set them up. We don't have to worry about gas and motors and everything else because one of the older style fans is they have a gas powered motor on them or used for positive pressure. But what that's doing is it's pushing all the exhaust that's coming out of the fan or coming out of the motor going through the house. So now if you didn't have carbon monoxide, we have carbon monoxide in the house from the fan. So we're trying to make as much as we can do not to have that. A couple other little things on this. We've got a couple upgrades to I put notes and I didn't even read them. One of the things we're looking at as well is further to the boat that we purchased last year. It all had just fire hose soft piping through it. We wanted to do that for a year. We didn't hard pipe things in case we weren't happy with the layout on the boat, but we've become quite happy with how that boat has worked so far. So we have pricing out to have that hard piped in with either plastic or metal piping and do a little retrofit on Marine 5 so that we have a stand on that for a turret like we have on the new Marine unit. So we can actually fight fires and shoot it across with the deck gun style that's mounted in there. So those are my asks for budget.
Any questions in regards to the equipment? Have no hands up, so we will move forward with the next items, which are operations fleet infrastructure. This all looks very exciting.
Okay, for 2026, we're looking to replace a 2016 Chev 1500 for $68,000. In addition to that, budgeting $70,000 for the medium duty plow and sander. This is the one that had caught fire in May of 2025. And we've put a tender out and this is the difference of what we received from insurance to cover the cost of that truck. Replacement of a 2017 utility trailer with a new one. And then additionally, the $10,000 for outdoor furniture. Our outdoor assets like the playground or the picnic tables and benches are pooled assets. So when they come into our asset management program, they come in a big block of money. So we're looking to spread that out. So the annual contribution, it came in at $70,000 for replacing these assets. We want to do it in smaller increments year after year instead of replacing them all at one time and subsequently having to replace them all at one time again in the future. It would be a slower replacement and much more sustainable as we go forward.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I did have one comment from another resident on this particular item. When a new truck is bought, it's a crew cab most likely, right? So it has seating for 4, or is it just a regular cab in some cases?
Yes. So when we purchase a new vehicle, the way that we do it, the new trucks don't go directly down into the fleet for the operators to use. They go to the managers who use them, and then when a new one comes in, it then gets transferred down to the fleet, and the guys use them for doing operations. So they are crew cabs to allow for the operations to have multiple people in the vehicles. We have a shortage of vehicles in the summertime. We have all of our students here, so this allows additional capacity when in the fleet for the summer months.
The exact answer I wanted to hear. Thank you.
The other thing is now that we have so many cemeteries online, we have a lot of work to do and we need those summer students to help keep the grass and everything at bay. So I know that that's becoming more and more part of what they do, not just making parks beautiful, but keeping all the rest of the stuff down. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to parks and land improvements.
For 2026, we're proposing $300,000 with 271,700 of carry forward. The top line items here, Jerry Park improvements. So in 2025, we installed the new playground equipment. For 2026, we're looking to put the safety surface around that. So typically we've had mulch or sand. Given the height of some of these structures, that actually doesn't meet the standard that's required for a safe impact of the kids. And the rubber surfacing, which we're going to explore options of that, will provide that requirement for us. In addition to that, there's money in there for doing some work with the ball diamond fencing, and then some preparation of the pathways. So we're not looking at accessible pathways for 2026 to get there. We'll do all of the prep work and let it settle, and then plan for the accessible pathways in 2027 at Jerry Park once everything else is done there. In addition to that, at Centennial Park, there's some ball diamond fencing that needs to be repaired there for $10,000. And then at Sealy's Bay Harbor, some of the branches of the docking are coming towards the end of their useful life. So we want to start that replacement of that docking as well too. The docks that were installed there, and thank you, Councillor Lackey, for sending me through those pictures. The dock that was installed there really is the old dock with new surfacing on top of it. And there's going to be some work that's required there in the near future for us to maintain that.
So would the appropriate phrase lipstick on a pig be the appropriate, which is what happened the last time, rather than a full comprehensive review of what the under infrastructure was? Would that be a fair assessment?
I can't say what was underneath the dock in terms of footings and all those types of things, why they wouldn't replace the framing, but yes, they didn't replace the framing.
I need to breathe before I speak again. Yeah, this is maybe some post-traumatic stuff for me. But anyways, Councillor, maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Is there any consideration to actually put floating docks in place of that solid structure that's there?
It is floating.
Not part of it.
Oh, sorry.
For the main dock on the shore,
Yeah.
I don't think that we have the depth to be able to put a floating dock there, but the legs that come off of that are tied to that main dock, and they are floating once you get out and beyond.
If I'm correct, that main section that goes straight out is all solid pier dock, not floating. And then when
The
it turns off,
fingers are
that,
floating.
then when it turns and the fingers are actually floating, but that main section, I'm just wondering if there is enough depth, if it's possible, instead of, because then it's going to go with the water depth.
For 2026, we're not actually looking at the main dock. We're looking at some of the floating docks further out. Similarly to the dock that I received the pictures, some of those docks, the underside, the floaters are original and they have new decking on them. So we're looking to replace those before they no longer float.
Well, I'm just going to say it. The project that was done in Sealy's Bay at the time, I don't believe that there was a comprehensive audit that was done on the project to figure out what the underside was, and it was very much piecemealed. In fact, it was not a tender project as a whole. So, was in 2018, 17, 18. Sorry, I'm having to deal with some of this in regards to another matter. And we've had to do some digging, and when the residents are upset because of the cost of things that need to be replaced, and we have to do building condition assessments, we have to do road condition assessments, bridges, culverts, there is a reason we have to do this, because it means that we're not wasting taxpayers' money spending $250,000 plus on a harbor that is now going to require significant costly repairs, when if it had been done correctly the first time around, it could have been done for maybe $100,000 more and have another 40 to 50 years of life. So it was done in 2018. It is 7 years later. So, we owe it to the taxpayers to do the due diligence, and we appreciate the fact that, sometimes it feels onerous that we have reports and all the things that consultants that do all these things, but it really does save us in the long run. So the project in Sealy's Bay, while at the time was nice and shiny, it wasn't overly well thought out. I'll just put that out there, and if I have to eat that later, I will. Councillor Lackey, and then Deputy Mayor Fody.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Cherry Park improvements. We had a conversation during the recreation working group whereby most of this money, 200,000, is for this rubber surface to go underneath the playground equipment. My reaction is still the same. As far as I'm concerned, there's no way I'm spending $200,000 on something to go underneath playground equipment. That just doesn't seem, the math doesn't math there. I understand the reason that,
Safety.
it should be there is a safety thing, but, it is a playground. It's where kids play. It's where, unfortunately, people get hurt. That's part of growing up. But you know what? Mulch, I get it. Mulch is awful. I find nothing wrong with sand. I don't want to get into the weeds about how we do it. I just know that 200,000 for recycled rubber is a stretch for me.
Well, the fact that we don't have the wheel that what we purposely put our friends on and then spin it as fast as we could to get them to go fly off, I think we've progressed as children to not allow that. Deputy Mayor, and then I've got Councillor Kelman. Yeah, go ahead.
Councillor Lackey, I'll just add to your story if it's any more palatable. A horse operation not far from here, we took a load of rubber into their facility about 5 years ago to mix with the sand. It was every bit that dear. So whoever's making the rubber is really making the money. They're buying used tires for free.
Go ahead, Councillor Kelman.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. And I agree. We were all shocked at the Recreation Working Group when we got the preliminary numbers for how much it was going to cost. But it's not just the safety factor. We've put in an accessible play structure. It's not accessible if we don't put in an accessible pad.
Oh.
And that is the primary reason for that ask. And that's also why we need to have eventually paved pathways to it. But we decided it was best to break it out over a couple of years. But it is the way of the future that these facilities need to be accessible.
Fair. Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. It brings up another question. What is the current lifespan of this new play structure? Do they give one?
30 years?
In our asset management plan, we have the replacement of the structures at 20 years.
20.
But given it all depends on the condition of them as well too. We had some challenges with this one. There were some bolts exposed and a few things that we had to maintain. Some of the coating had come off the metal, and it does create some health and safety concerns. So this one we had to replace, where Jonas Park was one that had come up for replacement previously. And because there weren't any real concerns, it was age-based. When we went out and assessed it, we didn't see that there were any actual concerns with the condition of it. So we have delayed that one as a result of that. So 20 years is the benchmark. And then from there, we assess it based on the condition with our inspections.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, get on to the most exciting part.
Okay.
Sorry, not that I'm
Not your bias. So road network and stormwater for 2026, it's $2.289 million with a $206,000 carry forward. That $206,000 is for Rockport to complete the project out there. We're not looking at spending, and Washburn Road. So Washburn Road, we haven't completed the surface on that yet. We haven't completed the surface on Washburn as a result of our contractor just being overwhelmed with the amount of work that needed to be completed this year. They requested that we delay that, which is good for us because with upgrading a gravel road to a hard surface road, it's good to get that extra compaction with vehicles traveling over it, especially large vehicles like that one sees. And then when we come in the spring, we'll reshape it, repack it, and we should have a good road that will last us a long time at that point. Rockport, we still have to install the speed humps out there, and some signage that needs to be put in place, and then that project will be complete as well. In addition to that, with new capital, Miller Street has been identified by JL Richards. So Miller Street is part of the Lansdowne urbanization project, which at that point we were looking to apply for grants and do the project as a whole, you know, the economy and scale and being able to complete the project in one time. Because we weren't successful, we've had to break that project apart. And this is the stretch of road that was identified by JL Richards as being the road that requires it the most. It's not necessarily the road, but it's the sanitary pipes underneath are in poor condition and they need to be replaced under the entire stretch of Miller Street. So that's why this one is being promoted above any other road in the village at this time. It'll also lay the groundwork for the drainage to be able to have something to tie into. I think when we talked about the Lansdowne urbanization before, implementation, we have to start from the bottom up and address the drainage issues, and this does that for that portion of the project. In addition to that, seal coat projects for 2026, 164,100. We're looking at surface treating, single surface treated roads with fog seal. We're also having conversations with Front of Young. So Junetown Road and the Escott Young Town Line Road have come up for requiring a seal coat. We're going to try something different. We're actually proposing to try a slurry seal on that. So we had a conversation when we met with the county a couple of weeks ago. There are some other lower tier municipalities that are interested in this. The city of Kingston's interested in this. So this is a trial to see how it goes. There are some other counties that do something similar where they surface treat a road and then they put a separate surface on top, and it ends up being more like a paved road than a surface treated road. So given that this is a cost shared project, we thought that this would be the ideal one to try it on. It's fairly straight. It has really good drainage, all those things. So we just want to see how this turns out, and it might be something that we can save a bunch of money on because slurry seal is significantly cheaper than putting a single surface treatment in fog seal. Gravel road upgrades for 2026. We're looking at ditching and culverts, gravel, and putting a surface on Russell Road from Fairfax up to Sand Bay Road. In addition to that, we're looking at doing the initial stage of drainage and ditching on Selton Road. So that will be for 2026. Capital infrastructure contingency. This is a percentage of the budget. Should we go over budget on something, then we come back to council and request that we can leverage these funds to help offset some of those costs. And yeah, Lansdowne urbanization project was up above.
So those are very exciting things, mainly because I'll credit the former counselor. So I have Councillor Lackey and Councillor Maybe, former Councillor Gorell, who posed a very interesting question to us, which is what would it cost to upgrade all of our gravel roads? And I think it sort of sparked a bit of an interest. I know it always has been an interest, but a more concerted effort to look at what we could upgrade. So looking at upgrades and ditching work on Selton and in Russell Road, those are roads that are in need, and the traffic counts are there. The work has been done, and I can't imagine. I believe, Mr. Fody, you said that Russell Road used to be closed in the winter at one point. I don't recall that. That was before my time. But nonetheless, it is a highly traveled road these days, and I think will be a total game changer for the folks that might cross there. So, Councillor Lackey and then Councillor Maybe.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, actually, that was thought of resurfacing all the roads way back in the first of my time, because I believe at that time, and I'll look at our Director of Public Works, I think Loyalist, didn't they do all their roads probably 15 years ago?
I'm not sure that they've done them all.
All but dead ends, I think, or there's, anyway, they did that and it was a big number.
So it'd be a really, really big number now.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll move on to my comments and questions. One comment is, in the last 2 years, what have we learned about using the word urbanization in a rural community? Can we get rid of that, please?
I think that's feedback well received.
Thank you.
Okay.
Number two, I'll leave the playground equipment alone. But we have valid projects and it can't be easy to sit there. I know you use, JL Richards, you use different people to say, well, this is the worst road, or this is what's best to spend your money. But I'm here for the residents, not only of Lansdowne, but for, our people who vacation, our summer residents, our visitors. The streets in Lansdowne are awful. They haven't had a lick done to them since 1972, when water and sewer went in. Most of them, you can walk down them and they'll crumble under your feet. So I'm seriously looking at, what can we do to at least do one a year or have a program of some kind? I love this $8 million project, but that doesn't do anything today. People driving through the village or doing business or going to the provincial park, going to Lyndhurst, Sealy's Bay, to Beverly Lake, they have to drive through this village, and we're calling it, because of the water and sewer, we're calling it our growth area. Well, who wants to grow on places that don't have streets?
So I believe that is the goal with the Miller Street project to start.
We're only doing that because of the water and sewer underneath it. Otherwise we.
No, that's not. No, that's not. Sorry, I'll let the director.
Yeah, Miller Street is great, but we need to.
What's the plan for the rest?
I mean, Lyndhurst, we bit the bullet when we did the drainage, the ditching in Lyndhurst, nice new streets, sidewalks. We're trying to do our best in Sealy's Bay, but this poor place is falling down around our ears.
So, sorry, before I let you speak, so are you proposing that we potentially look at taking on debt to do some of the more of a project?
I'm proposing that staff, in their infinite wisdom and education, come up with something that will address this issue that they can bring before us.
Okay. So go ahead.
Now you're stealing my thunder.
Well, it seems to be a theme today.
So, thank you, through you, your worship. This project was step one. I knew I needed to get something in front of council for the budget. We had to submit the budget before we had the information. So part of what I've tasked JL Richards with is giving us a phasing plan. So we're looking at the entire village, and they're giving us the phasing plan. The top end isn't in too bad a shape. We're going to rebuild a road as a result of doing the water project in around 1 Jesse Street and those type of things. That's good. But some of the other roads down at the bottom end, you're right to respond to that. They're in poor shape. The challenge is we have to look from the bottom up. And looking from the bottom up, they said, whoa, we've got to do this Miller Street. It has to be done. They had actually included Union on there as well too, but I was very cautious about, taking too much on. Union isn't a replacement of the sanitary. It's doing repairs, and we have adjacent roads that are repairs. So I said, let's focus on the replacement. Let's get Miller Street in good shape, and then give me the phasing plan for the entire village that I can then provide this to council. So the hope is in January that I'm going to have this. They just committed that I'd have it the first week in January. And I will be able to provide a phasing plan to council that we can start laying out how much we do every year and when it all gets completed. So that is the intent.
Does that answer? Okay.
And just if I may further, with regards to the project on Main Street, with the retaining wall and the intersection, where are we with regards? I understand that the county has a new public works engineer.
Sure do.
Who's quite open to working together. Are we there yet? Or do you know him well enough to be able to say, like, what will our obligation be, if any, to help this project go? And are they communicating
Zero.
what their intent is and how it's going to affect us? As what, I understand there's the potential of moving the corner, taking away a parking space along the street, just little things that someday are going to surface and people are going to go, well, why did you let that happen?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page.
Yep, absolutely. As they were going through the design phase, we were involved in the conversation. When we initially met with them, they were looking they weren't looking at pushing the wall back to where it is proposed for the construction. There wasn't property acquisition or any of those kinds of things. That was through discussion with us that ended up happening, because what they were proposing is removing the parking in front of the grocery store and having that as no parking zone to allow the buses and trucks to be able to make that turning movement around the corner. I told them, politically, that's probably a mistake. And they went back to the drawing board, they shortened it up, and they started looking on the south side of the intersection for their future widening there to allow that parking in front of the grocery store to remain. So there was consultation in terms of that. With the wall project and the sidewalk and all the work associated with that's all on the county. They've taken it all on. There's no cost to the municipality for that. Because they're building the wall and they're relocating it, they're taking on the replacement of the sidewalk, and they're taking on, tying the asphalt back in and all those kinds of things as part of this bigger project. There's also conversations about reviewing where the parking is. The cost to relocate the hydro poles on Prince Street is just not feasible. We're somewhere between $400,000 and $500,000 estimated for relocating the poles underground. There isn't room for transformers in the right of way, so it makes it very challenging. But looking at where the parking is a consideration, because you can actually use those poles as guide points for parking spaces, and then relocate the center line to accommodate 2 actual lanes of traffic, which don't currently exist there right now. So all those conversations have been had with the county, and it's part of their long-term plan for that. In addition to that, we're looking at some of the concerns that have been raised in front of the Tipsy Goat in terms of King Street East, as part of our design, as part of what the county plans to do in the future as well. And we're merging all of that information together to try to come up with a plan that will solve, as many of the issues as we can around that intersection and that stretch of road in the village.
Thank you.
Just a side note that the new director, Sarah McDonald, she's originally from further east, comes from a long line of road folk. Her dad was the director for SDNG, but she is very good and very responsive. I know that all the directors for the member municipalities had a meeting with her last week and were, I would say, very impressed. It's the first time that we've felt in a while that the lower tiers actually have been listened to and are being consulted. So she's only been there a few weeks, but she's definitely started to change I don't want to call it an attitude, but change the culture of how they operate on a day-to-day basis. So it's a point well taken. So Councillor maybe, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. In your phrasing for Miller Street, you said that the wastewater is failing. Was that what you said?
The sanitary sewers under Miller Street have been identified as needing replacement. We can't repair them.
They're not failed.
There's so many deficiencies on that stretch that it's just too labor intensive to try to repair it. It makes sense to just replace it at that point and have brand new.
So as a follow-up, are they going to be upsized then for any future capacity? So
with our the infrastructure study that was completed by JL Richards I think it was in 2022, they did the analysis of all the flow rates within the village and identified that we have sufficient capacity to accommodate any growth in the future with our linear infrastructure. Aside from the pressure main that comes out of the pumping station, that needs some consideration, as does the pipe when we go to replace it on Railway Street to accommodate future growth.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I want to thank Councillor Lackey for opening up that question here a moment ago about Lansdowne. A few weeks ago, I guess the very first week we got this binder budget, my wife asked me one night, well, you look like you're burning out a calculator. And the long and the short of it was the total cost to redo all the infrastructure in Lansdowne, the streets, the sewer, the water, wasn't a lot larger than what we spent on a fire hall in Sealy's Bay in the bigger scheme of things. Look what we did, and I'm going to call a swipe of a paintbrush down in Rockport. We totally changed the look of that north side of that parkway in a matter of, well, we got held up with a few things, I know, but in a matter of a few weeks. And Councillor Lackey's got a real good point. If we wait till we have the money, which is not our intent, I realize that, but it wouldn't bother me to put my hand up and vote in favor of debt servicing to cover all the streets and redo all this for the money that we know is in the ballpark now. Yes, we haven't got a quote on it, hasn't gone out RFP, but we can only imagine, those of us that have been here long enough to realize that what's that same number going to be in 6 years or 10 years? I think if we can't get the funding through these grants, and we could be chasing a butterfly there, it's always there, but we just can't catch it. We might better just make a decision, make it like we have done several times here at this table, make a decision, follow through with it, and make it happen. Like,
Okay. Any further comments? If not, we're going to take a 15-minute comfort break, and I need to make a couple of phone calls. So it will be 5 after 2 or 5 after 3, I should say. I wish that was 2. Patience.
Go get. Because if we. know-
Okay, my apologies for the late start, folks.
Yeah.
It is 3:10, the capital financial plan to get through and water wastewater, correct?
That is correct, Mayor.
Okay, well, we're gonna keep on going and see if we can get through this.
Perfect. Just gonna wait for the clerk here. She needs to click back on the slide.
Okay.
You just did steal some thunder. So it's back to me. We're gonna go over the 10-year capital financial plan. You and Deputy Mayor Fody were stealing some thunder, but it'll make a couple slides from now a lot better for me. So the 10-year capital financial plan, it starts on page 67 of the binder. So I'm just gonna work through that. The full detail plan with all the numbers is Appendix C or Tab 8 in the binder. For those following. Madam Clerk. Thanks.
Okay.
So high level 10-year capital plan. So in the binder, and I'm going to go through each one. We'll have a slide on it, but there's 6 main areas that I'm going to discuss. So the capital requirements, the funding strategy over the 10 years, debt estimates, the reserve fund continuities, contributions from operating to the capital reserves, and then the overall high level impact on the tax levy requirement. So just this slide is kind of a high level summary over the 10 years. The blue tab is the capital requirement each year. And then the orange is the what we're projected to contribute to our capital reserves each year. As you can see, there's basically a gap there up until about 2033, where then the orange starts outpacing the blue a bit. Obviously, just a caveat to keep in mind that the later years in the projection obviously carry greater uncertainty, which does just highlight the importance of all the work we do with asset management program, doing things like roads needs assessments, building condition assessments next year, all the long-term planning tools. So the better data that we put in will give us better data coming out when we do these long-term planning. Over the life of the 10 years, at the end of 26, we're projecting to have about 2 million in our capital reserves. And then by the end of 2035, it'd be up to about 5.2 million. And overall, the long, high level pie in the sky plan is that the goal is really to get the township to a position where generally we can fund capital on a pay-as-you-go approach each year. And then the capital reserves are really used as almost like a tax stabilization tool to fluctuate and handle the spikes and the lows and the highs.
So I have a question from Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. In last year's similar graph that you gave, the red line was actually below the 0 line. We were in a deficit. And I know that you did explain a little bit earlier about how that changed. So if you could just reiterate that to remind me and maybe the rest who are listening in.
Yeah, so that will be spoken to a bit in a few moments on the, I'm going to have a specific slide on the reserve fund continuities. Where, yes, last year it was projected that the capital reserve funds would dip into the negative for a bit based on all the new information and the 10-year projections. With some estimates we used, we're not projecting that the reserve funds will dip into negative. There are years where it gets close, down to, I think, a low of about $250,000. So, I mean, give or take, it's pretty much there. But yeah, the new updated plan this year isn't showing any negative dips, but that's based on some assumptions. And speaking to Mr. Lackey, who's stealing my thunder, some debt, some possibly proposal of debt for road network in the coming years is baked into the 10-year plan. So
We're gonna get him a T-shirt that says Thunder Stealer.
yes. So in terms of the so number one, capital requirements. So in terms of over the 10 years, there's a total of about $60.4 million, which is about on average about $6 million. So these requirements are mainly based on the asset management program, which I would say is mainly around capital replacement. Now we have put some items into the 10-year plan that previously we didn't. So speaking back to the road project slide, the gravel road upgrades, we've built into this that $500,000 is built in every year. $500,000 gravel road upgrades is built into the 10-year plan. So that's $5 million over the 10 years, which previously we weren't doing that. We were just kind of doing it every year. That has been built into the 10 years. So I think it is important to emphasize that. And And then going forward, we are actually looking at incorporating some new and above levels of service or new things with some capital planning tools that we don't previously use. So we are looking at that for 2030. The spike in 2030, speaking of 2030, the spike in 2030 there, you'll see the brown bar. That's actually the potential for the Lansdowne waste mining project. That's kind of a placeholder right now. And that's a continuation, if you remember, of the pilot project. Right now, that is in the 10-year plan at an estimated $5 million, which we're hoping half would be funded through debt and half would be funded through a potential grant. Timelines for that could change based on grant availability. The director of operations would be able to speak more on that specific project, but that's what that spike is. So the primary asset categories that drive the requirement is the road network. So out of that 60.4 million over 10 years, 30.8 million of that is for roads. There's another 13.1 million in fleet, and building and facilities is about 6.6 million. So that's about 84% of the overall requirement. So about half of it is driven through the road network. Are there any questions before I move to the funding strategy?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. With the mining in 2030, I guess my only question is, can we wait that long for the capacity of Lansdowne Wayside?
Through your worship, with us looking at the potential for curbside collection this year, there might be an opportunity to push that out further as a result of reallocating the capacity that we have at the other landfills for delivering curbside collection too. So right now, 2030 was what was proposed in the plan provided by our consultant. So that's sort of the horizon for us where we need to do something. But potentially that can be pushed out further as a result of curbside collection. So as we have more information, we'll be able to provide more onto that. Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, go ahead.
Perfect. So how are we going to pay for that $60 million over 10 years? So the overall funding strategy, the primary source of funding will be coming from our capital reserve funds, about 66%, which is, just under 40 million of the 60 million there, which obviously has a direct impact on the operating levy as we transfer those from the operating levy. In addition, if you combine that with debt servicing costs, about 71% of the projected capital is to be funded directly from our tax rate, essentially, reserves and debt funding. Other notable funding sources over the 10 years, we have OCIF funding, which is our annual allocation from the province, and CCBF, which is our annual allocation from the federal government. And we're at a point now where each year they're coming in and they're projected to be spent that year. And those go towards roads projects. The other reserve fund there, the $2.5 million over the 10 years, that's the annual $250,000, like I spoke to earlier, from the special project reserves, which is directly from the casino revenues. The Lansdowne mining project, which right now is built in for $5 million, that is proposed to be funded at 50% through a potential future grant and then 50% through a debt issuance. And then finally, there's $9.5 million total in debt built into the 10-year financial plan. 2.5 of that for the Lansdowne mining. The other $7 million is for debt for potential road network projects, which kind of ties that into the Lansdowne not urbanization project from last year. So if you remember that project last year when we first presented it as we were applying for a grant, it was a total of 15 million in road work over about 3 years was the proposal. And at the time, half of that was to be funded through a grant if we were successful, and the other half was going to be funded through debt. So those projects are kind of potentially being smoothed out a bit over 10 years. We're on, let's say, the hook right now for the entirety of it. So we've kind of kept that, what we had earmarked of debt for that project still built in, but kind of smoothed out and spread over a couple million a year for three years. And I'll speak to the importance of that in a couple more slides. And that's really helped keep our reserve funds from going into negative, to answer your question from a few minutes ago. Are there any other questions on funding strategy? Perfect. I am starting to lose my voice, so I apologize. Debt estimates. So the chart here, and that's in the binder, shows the increase in potential annual debt servicing payments over the financial plan. So as of 2026, we're at about, just under $500,000 right now in more servicing in debt. If we took out the debt as projected in the 10-year financial plan, by 2031, we would be making annual debt payments of just over $1 million. We are helped out a little bit in that the existing debt of about $300,000 for this building in FTC is going to fall off. You can see on page 70, there's the table that kind of provides high level, shows the network, the road network projected debt, as well as the mining project. The impact on the levy would be about 5.4%-ish estimate over the lifetime of the 10 years and bringing this debt on. I would say the township is in a very good, healthy position from a financial indicator point of view. As I mentioned earlier, our ARL is $4 million. So even with this, we would only be at about a quarter of our ARL legislated limit, and our ARL climbs every year as our own source revenues climb. And just to give some perspective, our 2025 ARL limit, which the province provides us on, if we were to take out debt of 20 years at 5%, which is a very conservative borrowing rate, as we just took out one at 3.87, the township could borrow upwards of more than $50 million total and not be at our limit. So I do want to point out, we are projecting to take on some debt. We're still only a quarter to what our potential limit would be. Not that I ever want to get to our limit. Trust me, that wouldn't be great.
Most treasurers don't.
No, I would never recommend going near the limit, but I'm just saying we are in a position which can speak to past here. We are not a heavily debt leveraged municipality, which is fantastic. But in terms of timing of getting things done and our reserve funds and the pressures we are facing, it is becoming a reality, but we are still in a very healthy position is what I want to emphasize.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So most of the debt that we would be incurring are for long-term projects. It's not just a 5-year thing. This is something that's got a lifespan of maybe 30 years, so that to carry a debt for some time would wean off really after a while, and the project that it was that we incurred the debt for would still be have enough lifespan that other items would be possibly then debentured and looked after that way.
Well,
If you get my drift.
I think I do. And so, because this is one of the things that when I sat down with staff in regards to the plan, I was very pleased to hear Councillor Lackey say what he did, because to the point that's already been made, we can't keep pushing these things down the road and hoping that we get grants. So one of the things that made me very uncomfortable when I was looking at the financial plan is that dip below on reserves. So we have a borrowing limit, which we increased this year. Now that's just for temporary, that's not for long term. So to get us through cash flow crunches, that's different. But to your point, if you've got roads that have a lifespan of 30, 40, 50 years, as long as they're maintained, taking debt out on them at 20-year amortization or 25 makes sense. It's no different than a house. Most people don't try to save up and buy the house outright. They pay for it over that period of time. However, there are going to be folks in the municipality that look at debt as a negative thing. And I fully understand that. We've been very fortunate here in the municipality to not carry a lot of debt. However, unfortunately, there's been a lot of deferred projects, things that haven't been done, brought up to date. And now we're in a position where the longer that we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. So when we were looking at this financial plan, all of us sitting in that very room, I asked them to put in these potential, and we played with some numbers. So we've talked a lot today about smoothing and making this palatable over time, meaning that this would not increase our tax rate 1 year by 5% for this debt payment. If we do it strategically over a longer period of time, it will see a gradual increase. Now, the other thing that is the unknown, is that if we have any major catastrophes that we didn't put into this, that is an unknown, right? But I'd like to think that based on the comprehensive work that has been done in every respective department, that we've got a better handle on our plans of what we're going to need, what we're going to need to replace, the projects that we're going to have to do. It's not saying it's not without risk that there could be something we forgot or we didn't estimate to be as much as it would be in the future. But we're a heck of a lot closer to having a plan in front of us and a roadmap than we've ever been. And would I like to be able to do it just with reserves? Yeah, but we didn't build the reserves the same way that we're building them now. So when you know better, you do better. And we're building the reserves and taking on the debt payment. And not to steal your thunder.
2 slides. There's 2 slides away.
Sorry, I'm just excited because, sorry, I'm excited because.
No, you don't.
It's a requirement under the.
It is a requirement under the
The
municipal
mayor
act.
can't get rid of it.
We are required to have a clerk, a
Treasurer.
treasurer, and I think a fire prevention officer. Fire chief. And a chief building official. Other than that, everybody can go home.
The deputy clerk, she's able.
Oh, she's safe too. So, in all seriousness, it's very exciting to me because I think that we can actually bang off a lot of projects that have been put by the wayside if we commit to this plan in a reasonable fashion without burying the taxpayer. Because that was the biggest thing when we were talking about how do we potentially take on a larger project, not the whole village of Lansdowne, revitalization, not urbanization. If we were to do that and just get it done, because every year we put it off, it just goes up in cost. And this was the discussion. This is the result of the discussion. So I'm just happy to hear that council colleagues are seemingly in the same sort of mind space. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just maybe add to your story, not that it needs to be, but you mentioned it'd be in a position to knock off a lot of major projects. We already have. You know, if you look back to where we were compared to where we are now, when we first sat down here in 18, we were told that Lansdowne Wayside had 3 to 4 years. Escott had 6 months. And we're using all 3. And, you know, thanks to competent staff, and that's the key right there. But, you know, I keep thinking back to a pointed question, why I had the luxury of being asked that at the candidates night in Rockport in 2022. It was directed to me only. Are you comfortable with the $4.5 million projected to cost at the Ivy Lee dock redo? I quickly answered the question. I said, yes, I'm totally comfortable with it. I said, it needs to be done. The river people have virtually nothing to work with. We don't plow the roads. We know all the stories. I said, I'm totally comfortable with it. The reason I was comfortable with it, we already knew it wasn't going to cost anywhere near that point. That number was drawn out of somebody's brain, maybe. We'll just forget that, what I was going to say. That was drawn out of thin air. And, you know, going forward, I'd like to know what a lot of residents would have thought the fire hall was going to do to this year's budget. And where are we? The lowest budget presented in 4 years, tax increase wise. So it isn't relevant. It's good planning, like I say, mostly because of the staff. And we sit here and absorb all this and realize that they're right. And if we keep going on this trajectory, as you just stated, we'll get to these other larger projects. It won't bankrupt us. And borrowing money, I've been there, done that. If I hadn't borrowed money when I did, I wouldn't have had my first car. And matter of fact, I wouldn't have the one that's sitting out in the parking lot right now either, for that matter. But I mean, borrowed money isn't a bad thing if it's managed right. That's the whole key. To Councillor Maybe's comments, you wouldn't dare take out a 20-year loan on buying a car. Not really a great idea. But to take out 20 or 30 years on some major projects, as we're talking here, and maybe Phil will have some if I quit talking and gave him a chance.
So I think we're not going to do any more thunder stealing today.
Well, I would just say, don't worry, we can't take out loans longer than the useful life. There's guardrails to protect against treasurers like me from doing that. So we're okay.
Sure.
We're okay there. There's legislation. But yes,
Yeah.
us treasurers were a crazy law.
Yeah.
The next slide is the capital reserve fund continuities, to speak to Councillor maybe earlier. So if you see on the slide here, the red line is the withdrawals out of the reserve funds each year, and the green is the projected contributions. So you can obviously see the years where the red's above the green, we're taking out more than we're putting in, and vice versa. So we are projected at about 2 million at the end of 26, getting up to 5.2. But you can see from like 27 to 2032, it hovers around 1 million or less. So it is, there's not a lot of room there. But speaking of the debt, just to give an idea, if we did not build in the 7 million in road network debt for 27 to 29 potentially, just to paint the other side, our reserve funds would have a negative balance of about $1.5 million by the end of 27, and it would top out at about a negative balance of 6.7 by 2032. So that just shows the importance of that sort of smoothing out of the potential debt issuance. Without it, frankly, the options would be either increase your contributions from operating even further,
Or jack tax.
which would result in increased taxes. Hopefully secure grant. We're always looking for grants that aren't necessarily currently even available right now. Who knows what senior levels of government will do in a year? Or you defer projects to future years when sufficient reserves exist. And as we all know, usually if you wait another 5 years, that project's probably going to cost exponentially more to do. So it's a balance between all of it. So speaking of the reserve fund contributions, this chart just shows the 10-year projection of how we're proposing to increase the contributions each year. You can see this year we're at just under 3.1 million, and by the end of 2035, we'll be at about 4.9 million if we follow the plan. Over the next 5 years, in each of the next 6 years, there's a minimum of 5% each year. There's a spike in 27 up to 12.7%. You'll see on the next slide that number sounds a lot scarier than it is. And then by 2032, it's kind of dropped below 3% increases each year. And that 2032, as you'll see on the next slide, is kind of the year we're projecting we kind of reach a stable point in our contributions, where we'll see average annual tax rate impacts of about 1% for capital increases each year, which is kind of the goal of what we're aiming for. The next slide will illustrate that a lot better, which is the impact to the tax levy requirement. So again, capital impacts the tax levy by either our contributions to the reserves or through the debt servicing. So in 2027, there was the spike of 12.7 to the contribution. So we're not projecting that we're going to have debt coming online in that year. The other years after that, where you saw they were more around the 5% level, but we are projecting we could be taking on new debt in those years. So when you combine the two, the actual impact on the tax rate is about 3%. So that's where you see kind of that high level shelf of 3% for approximately 5 years there. And then it dips down to, we kind of get over that threshold. And then on the tail end, we're in a position where we're seeing annual tax levy impacts of 1% starting in 2032. Overall, if you took it over the whole 10 years, it's an average of about a 2% impact each year. So that's kind of how we've built around the capital financial plan. And are there any questions on that?
Well, I have a question to lead off of Councillor Lackey's question. So based on the work that's been, this pertains to the tax funded or the financial plan. Based on the work that you have proposed here today, it only includes Miller Street. So to what Councillor Lackey was indicating, is there an appetite or ability, because you've already done your work plans, well, not done them, but you've drafted your work plans based on what's in this budget. If council was to put something in place, you said that the plan was supposed to be coming forward from Jewel, is it Jewel? Yeah. JL Richards, sorry, in January, February? Okay, so it does not preclude us from coming back and asking for temporary, or not temporary, it's late in the day, my apologies, for additional borrowing. If we didn't have it, I know it's in the plan for later on, but depending on what they come with on the plan, it would factor in all the other projects that we're having done in the meantime, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay. So I guess to answer your question, it doesn't preclude us from moving forward on a larger scale, depending on what they come back with. In the new year, we just have to figure out how we pay for it before we start borrowing. And resourcing it. My biggest thing is that do we have enough folks in Public Works and everyone else? Yes, dear. Sorry, that was not. Sorry, it's late in the day. I'm tired. I'm losing it, and I've got another meeting tonight. Dave.
Keeping in mind what we're about to talk about next, we do have another major capital project proposed for
Right.
Lansdowne for 2026.
Sorry, yes, I did get ahead of myself. I'm just trying to say is that, all that I'm trying to say is that the staff have put out a game plan that we could do more in the future, in the near future. Whether it's in 2026 may not be, depending on what the plan comes back at. I haven't seen the draft of that yet. It's probably going to be in 2027. The acting CAO just put that in there. Who knows?
If I could just add something, looking at moving forward, we can provide those guidelines to JL Richards. That if there's a threshold that we're comfortable with moving forward, we can provide that to them, and they can alter the plan for us in terms of what the phasing looks like to be able to accommodate that.
The only thing that worries me is that if it's not part of this budget and we don't get it passed, you can't get a tender out. So if,
But I mean, after 2026.
oh, after 2026. Okay.
If-
Yeah,
if
that's
for-
fine.
If I roughly gave them a $1.5 to $2 million as a starting point. But if there's an appetite for larger, or if it should be smaller, then we can break it apart, or we can bunch it
Group it
together. And however we want to do that, we have that capacity once we have all of the drawings together. How we want to attack it, it's open for council to make that decision. How you'd like to achieve that.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. But through you yourself had made a good comment not so long ago about having a new person in the county and the way she sees working with small municipalities. That would be absolutely critical to getting this work done in Lansdowne when our two main streets belong to the county. So sometimes, and we've all heard it, timing is everything. Maybe we'll never have another person with that type of mindset in the county to align with a project like this that requires two major streets belong to the county for cooperation.
Fair enough. Well, I'm certainly encouraged with the way that she's handling herself so far. So, okay, so that's it for capital financial plan. We're on to water wastewater. Okay, we're almost there.
On tab 5, page 75 is where it starts in the budget binder. What's that? Oh, I know. Isn't he the best? Yeah. So you'll get to listen to me a bit more, then I'm going to throw it over to Dave, specifically about the water stuff. High level, the water budget, water and wastewater total budgets projected to be about 771,000 for 2026, which is an increase of about 40,000 or 6% over 2025. The biggest expense lines are mainly consists of our fee for Aqua, who manages the systems for us, as well as all the maintenance work that they do perform. Some of the key changes for 2026, our user fees are projected to go up slightly, about 13,000 and, oh, I didn't click there. Thank you. 13,000 for water and 12,000 for wastewater. We're still using the most recently completed rate study, is what we based our user rates and revenues on. The Aqua contracts are going up slightly based on our agreement with them. The maintenance, which is in the appendix, I believe Appendix 9, the maintenance schedule provided by Aqua. They provide a 10-year maintenance schedule as well as capital work that they propose. So in water, that's up 80,000 over last year. That mainly relates to $50,000 worth of distribution work. And then the wastewater is actually down slightly over last year's at 14,500. We have built into the budgets next year for water and wastewater, 20,000 total, so 10,000 water, 10,000 wastewater, splitting it for some consultant work for asset management. So in 2025, Aqua completed a really detailed listing of all the components of our plants and our systems. A lot of those don't exist right now in our current software. So we're not sure if we're going to need the consultant, but we wanted to build it in just in case. But we want to get that all uploaded into our asset management software so we can start planning more effectively going forward with that. And then just the last thing there is the reserve fund transfers. So the reserve fund for wastewater is projected to go up 23,000, and you'll see waters is actually projected to come down 92,000. Actually, in 2026, it's projected that we're actually going to have to bring in a little bit of money from the reserve fund to balance the water budget, about $8,800. So just so everyone's aware, the transfers to the reserve funds for water and wastewater is just the residual amount left over from the operating budget each year. So that's actually way back when, if you remember, I don't know, 8 hours ago when we started this, I talked about doing a reserve fund update and reviewing that policy. One of the things we don't have at the township, we don't have dedicated capital reserve funds for water and wastewater. Instead, it's just a general overall water reserve fund that covers operating and covers capital. And it's just, we really should have dedicated capitals that we can be making, like we do with the tax funded area, stable contributions each year to a better long-term plan. So you'll probably see that as part of the update too. The other thing I do want to mention is we are currently, if you remember, we are working through a current rate study right now. That will be coming to council probably in either February or definitely by the March council meeting to bring. So that will really provide a better update of our long-term financial needs of the water and wastewater systems. And that will also come with council to endorse a new rate fees going forward after this year as well. So that is all to come in the first quarter. And that's a requirement of the safe drinking water license, which I believe expires in April or May. So it's important that work comes in, gets approved in March. So you'll be seeing that. So in speaking of user rates, we did follow the last rate study again for 2026. So the total flat fee is projected to go up 3.5%. So the flat fee that everyone pays does include the first 15 cubic meters of water. It is the vast majority of our users. And then anything beyond 15 cubic meters, there is a small increase of 1.7% to the consumption rate. Just to provide some perspective on that, when we budget our user fee revenue, the consumption revenue that's outside of the flat fees is only about 6% of our budgeted revenue. So the vast majority of our revenue comes out of the flat fee, just so everyone's clear on that. Does anyone have questions on the water and wastewater operating? And Director Holiday can probably answer specific questions to the systems because he doesn't want me answering these.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And through you, the water rate is based on 15 cubic per month. Is there anybody who's really drastically below that?
I think the whole purpose of having the flat rate is to make it as equitable as possible.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but in some cases you could have a household that is very
Vacant.
small or vacant or
But they're still on the system.
or seasonally.
Right. So that's always something you can consider when you're doing rate studies is what's the mixture you want between flat fee versus consumption, and how do you want to weight that from different people? I think the important thing to mention though is a lot of the cost of running the system are fixed costs. So there are variable costs, obviously, with treating the water and stuff, but the vast majority of the costs I would consider fixed costs. So it is important. It's kind of like a hydro. You're paying a fee to be able to flick a switch. You're paying a fee to turn a tap, and it's there. But though we definitely do have users, Jess, which is probably like there's people that are, they're under 10 cubic meters a month for sure.
Okay. And so your question is asked in what vein? Because you want to give a break to those who aren't utilizing it?
Well, in some cases, there could be some hardship, and I'm wondering whether there's any suitability for anything like that. Because in smaller locations where nobody's using the water hardly, is it, is there a reason for it? I guess is my biggest reason for asking the question, and whether it's financial or, something like that.
Through the rate study, we could propose to our consultants, like if you wanted to lower the consumption that's included in the flat fee, how that would impact consumption rates, and then how that would impact vice. In theory, your flat fee would possibly go down, but your consumption rates would go up. It's just
So
it's how you
the
want to balance
difficulty
it.
with that is you have a family of 5 or 6. Your consumption rates are going to go up. Your budget isn't necessarily better than a widower who's on their own.
It's a zero-sum game. At the end of the day, it's going to pay for itself. It's just how do you want to balance
I'll
it
go
out?
to the acting CEO.
Thank you. Through you. I believe in the last study that we did, the previous one, the consumption rate was higher. It was around 20, 21. And based on the consultants looking at it at the time, the majority of users were below that. And so it was lowered down to 15.
That's
through
right.
that rate
You were
period.
right, yeah. So I think it comes down to if you're on the system, everybody's got to contribute equally. And the difference is you're not on a well or a septic and having to pay for those. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I had a good conversation with a first cousin a couple of years ago who looks after, smaller municipality now, but he used to look after a major municipality in the GTA. He put it very easily to understand when it comes to water and wastewater. You're not paying for the water. You're not paying to flush the toilet. You're paying for all the infrastructure to get it there and to get it away. And for that, you all need to pay. That's how they look at it in the big city.
Right. And if we don't maintain and upgrade the system, then we'll never have the development go ahead that we're hopeful for. Because in the absence of that, it's not as desirable to build, period. So further comments or questions in regards to water, wastewater operating? If not, we'll move on to wastewater capital. Okay, away we go. Oh, the guy with the manhole. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know how he compares to the spigot guy, but he's cool too. So
I didn't, well, I guess when I looked at the slides, it wasn't moving, not digitally
No.
on the hard copy. They were PDFs, so.
the 2026 proposed capital budget. Am I doing this one? Maybe I am. So overall, there's with carry forward, there's about just 6.1 million. The vast majority of that is the water storage and distribution system upgrade, which Director Holiday will speak to. And then there's a few wastewater capital projects as well.
Sure. So as we received the grant for the for HUSA for the water storage facility project, GL Richards is expecting to have something to us in January of 2026, the tender package, to be able to put that one out the door. And that's to move forward with that with expected completion in 2027. In addition to that, for wastewater, Miller Street project. So given that the sanitary underneath the road that we're reconstructing is in the sanitary system, that portion of the project will be funded through the wastewater budget. Aqua has presented a wet well level meter and probes that need to be replaced. Minor capital projects, but it was in their plans, so we included that in here. And then also the sanitary municipal class EA that we council approved last fall, the completion of that project in 2026. That's the plan.
Discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you. So the water storage project, when is it proposed to be started and completed and
You
Time
just
frame.
said 2027 for complete.
2027?
Yeah, so the hope is to have the tender package out in January of 2026,
Yes.
and the project completed by, I believe it was March of 2027.
So it would be started in 2026, just not completed till early 27.
Any forecast on when you're going to start it in 26?
I would hope we'd be looking at the summer months to get that project going. There are several pieces to this where we're doing the storage facility itself. We're duplicating the main that comes from the treatment facility to the standpipe.
Mhm.
Right now, there's only one, so we're adding that redundancy of a second pipe so that if that one breaks, the whole system isn't down. We're looking at looping the water main in front of 1 Jesse Street at that corner, because right now when it comes from the treatment facility and goes to the standpipe, it services Jesse Street and those roads in a roundabout way. It doesn't go directly to those roads. So that will create that looping. That'll increase our pressure in that section as well too. And then also adding the looping between Jesse Street and I think it's Frederick Street and down to
Mhm.
King Street as well, which will address our pressure issues that we currently have at the school and daycare.
Just as a follow-up, how does that impact the couple major activities at the agricultural area across the road
Could
from us?
probably put into the contract that we wouldn't want work to start until on that site until after July 19th or whatever the date is.
Actually, we've already communicated with the Agricultural Society that this work will be underway. And they've altered their plans to be able to accommodate that at the same time.
Okay.
So they're aware that it will impact both years, and they're making alternate provisions for that.
As long as they've been notified, the project's gonna have to get done one way or the other.
Okay.
Okay. Any further comment or question in regards to the capital budget for water wastewater? Seeing none, we'll move forward.
The next slide just kind of speaks to the 10-year capital financial plan for water wastewater capital, which is Appendix D or tab 9 in the binder. It's kind of broken out into asset management program, which is the existing assets that are in the program, Aqua's recommendations, and then it's listed there as updates. So you can see the water has about the $5.7 million for this storage distribution system, as we just discussed. Sanitary right now and wastewater is kind of high level at this time. We have 8 million built in there in future years. That's really going to come out of the EA and all that work, and we'll get better numbers as we go. Then
That's just a placeholder.
it's really just a placeholder, and in terms of that, we've put a placeholder in there as a future opportunity grants as well that we'll be looking for. I do want to mention on the water distribution. So right now we did get the grant. The remainder of the project for right now is built in as to be budgeted through debt servicing. We are still waiting to hear back from a potential federal grant.
Oh, federal, yes.
Which with their budget passing last month, hopefully they'll get back to those project funding groups. So hopefully we'll hear soon. It is stackable. Best case scenario, we won't have to take out debt, and we'll be able to get some federal grant to go with the money we received from the province. But if we don't get that, then it's projected to be funded through debt, as our water reserve does not have near sufficient funds for that kind of investment.
So, that is ambitious as far as upgrading a water wastewater system that has been just borderline maintained all these years, really, because there was 77 it went in 70 oh 72 oh right, before my time. Anyway, I was born in 75. So the system has been maintained and for the basics, but now it's at the point where it has to be upgraded in order to deal with future needs. So any other comments or questions? Got no other hands up.
So the next couple slides are just to speak specifically to the Water Reserve Fund and then the Wastewater Reserve Fund. So first I'll speak to the Water Reserve Fund and how it's projected to go over the next 10 years. So obviously going forward, I mentioned earlier, we would probably be looking to establish a dedicated capital reserve fund. But you can see right now at the end of 26, we're projecting a balance of just under 700,000. By the end of the 10 years, that reserve fund's pretty much gone. The main reason for that over the 10 years is over the 10 years, Aqua's projecting an average annual amount of about 86,000 in terms of maintenance projects. And as it exists right now, it's the residual amount goes into the reserve. So there really aren't contributions. And also right now it's built in that when the debt is to come online and potentially in 27 to service the big capital project, that's projected at about $160,000 annual servicing costs. So when you put those two together, there really won't be contributions to the reserve fund. It's kind of hard to see, but that green line dips below zero up until the end of the 10 years. So those are really years where we're withdrawing from the reserve fund to balance the operating budget. Obviously, we are working on a rate study right now. These 10 years, that's all factored in when we're building out our next rate study, and that'll all be considered when we do bring proposals for what our rates need to look like going forward to have a financially sustainable water system. But
when they're doing the rate study, are they taking into account what it would look like if there was additional homes brought online?
that will be a consideration, capacity and all that.
I just wanted to make sure it's part of it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The one thing to remember is that the debt structure for this particular wastewater is only from the users of the waste and water system, not the general public.
That is correct.
So that people understand that it's not the rest of the township that's taking on this debt.
No, it's only it's all through the user fees from the water system would service that. Yes.
Any further comments or questions?
Conversely to the water reserve fund right now, the wastewater reserve fund looks lovely and very healthy. So it's similar balance at the end of 26, just under 700,000, and then projected to possibly go up to about 1.75 by the end of 2035. I would say the big part of this is no debts projected over this period for the wastewater system. So contributions are quite healthy from a low of like 106,000 to a high of almost 200,000 in some years. The average contribution in the 10 years is just under 150,000. In saying all that, that's the great pie in the sky picture. You might remember earlier, I just mentioned we have high level 8,000 in potential sanitary upgrades to the system we're going to need to make in the next 10 years. And right now we've kind of just placeholdered it with grant opportunities. There aren't opportunities. This picture would quickly flip. If we had to service that 8 million, give you an idea, servicing that through debt is like $500,000, and that would burn through this reserve fund in less than 4 years. So this looks great, but we will see where there's a lot of uncertainty. That's why we're doing the EAs. We got to get our ducks in a row and the information on that. But as of right now, we're okay, and we'll see where that goes with that. Just full disclosure.
It looks good now, but it could flip the other way.
Exactly.
Anything else? Any other questions?
So
Got no
we're
hands?
almost there. So I always put this in at the end of every budget, is just to reinforce the budget is a policy document. In order to implement a lot of the expenditures on here, reports will come back to council. You'll approve tenders. You'll approve through bylaw, other initiatives. It doesn't just end here, but obviously this is an important step. And then sort of next steps. That's me with my calculator. If you remember way back when, the clerk outlined the process under the Strong Mayor legislation of how budgets are adopted now, not approved, but adopted, and the timelines in that. So that's really the next steps of how we want to go forward from here. But that is the end of the slides.
Okay, so the motion was put on the floor before we started discussion on the budget today. I did not hear any major projects that were missing or wanted to be added as of today. We all understand, I think, that there are a number of reports coming in early 2026, which may or may not change our work plans going forward, but we can address them at that time. But the motion that's put forward as of now was to adopt, sorry, I want to get my words correct. The 2026 draft municipal operating and capital budgets with the actual net levy requirement and the property tax rate as well as the proposed capital budget. And that it be accepted and council waives the 30-day amendment period as required by OREG. So unless anybody here has a burning desire to amend what was presented here today, we could get this budget done. So it's not, I'm cool with it one way or the other. Go ahead, Mr. Lack.
Through you, your worship, I'm of the opinion that I don't mind this budget. I can't at this moment see a problem, but I'd still like that
30-day period.
second sober thought
Okay.
to, go
So-
through it after we've sat. Maybe we're going to get feedback from residents that will spark some conversation. So
Okay, so essentially, Madam Clerk, help me with this. So the last clause is that the 2026 mayor's draft municipal operating capital budgets be presented and so as presented be accepted and council waives the 30-day amendment period. So would it just be removing waives?
Yes, so we would want you to still accept it. And then
Yes.
you can
Just wait.
amend the resolution.
So if the resolution, if we take that out,
Mhm.
then it means that the 30-day period exists.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then the 30 days would end January 12th. So our next council meeting is January 6th.
Okay, so, but we don't need to adopt this at council because of the way that this is written. It automatically, if we receive no feedback and we don't bring anything up at the January 6th meeting.
Correct. So you would have to, by resolution, bring amendments on the January 6th meeting. And then at the January 6th meeting, we can either choose to waive the remainder of the 30-day period and adopt the budget on that day, or wait until January 12th and then it just lapses.
Okay, so we've got two options there. So you're putting that on as an amendment to remove the clause waives the 30-day amendment period. Okay, then we have the 30-day period, January 6th. In order to get that on the agenda, you would need to put something forward to the clerk prior to that.
Preferably by,
I'm just wanting to make sure that everybody knows the timelines because Christmas, that Christmas window becomes no man's land because.
yes, that's correct. So staff reports are due on the 19th, but if there's no staff report required,
So-
I'll be publishing the agenda on the 30th. So
Okay.
at least by the 29th.
Okay, so the amendment made by Councillor Lackey is removing waives the 30-day amendment period. Would someone like to second that? Ms. Leclerc? Okay, discussion on the amendment to remove that clause? Okay, all in favor of the amendment? All opposed? And it's carried. So the amended motion moved by Councillor Antoine Hartley, seconded by Councillor Maybe. The council received Corporate Services Report 2025-028-2026, Mayor's draft municipal operating and capital budgets, and the council received the 2026 proposed operating budget with a net levy requirement of $13,520,300, and that council received the proposed township residential property tax rate of 0.00565325, and that council received the 2026 proposed capital budget of $5,251,700, and that the 2026 mayor's draft municipal operating capital budgets be presented as presented, be accepted and council, or be presented at and accepted. That's where it ends. Sorry, the amendment. All, discussion on the motion. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? And it is carried. Thank you, folks. I know, I know there's more to do. I just wanted to say, do you have no faith in me? I know we do. But for the general purpose, you know, this is a bit of a new scenario, the way this was presented. And I just like to thank council for your indulgence because, you know, budget has changed a bit over the 7 years, but this is the most drastic change, but yet not a change at all. And I just appreciate your patience with both me and the clerk and all the new regulations. So next motion is moved by Deputy Mayor Fody and seconded by Councillor Antoine Hartley. The council received Corporate Services Report 2025-029-2026, Mayor's draft water and wastewater operating and capital budgets, and that council received the 2026 proposed water operating budget $401,300, and that council received the 2026 proposed wastewater operating budget of $369,700, and that the council received the water wastewater capital budget of $6,057,300, and that the 2026 mayor's draft water and wastewater operating capital budgets be presented as presented, be accepted, and council, that's, you want to, and council waives the 30-day amendment period as required by Reg 530/22, and that council approves increases to water wastewater rates in accordance with the rate study effective for the January 2026 billing cycle. So it still had that 30-day amendment period in there, which we can do by amendment. The only question I have is if that happens, the motion to approve increases to water and wastewater rates in accordance with the rate study effective for the January billing cycle, does that, by removing the 30-day amendment period, can that, sorry?
Through you, your worship, I believe we did that last year as well. We approved at the time.
Oh,
We approved the
right.
water wastewater and didn't because we wanted another shot. So we can split it off, I believe.
Yeah, so but I'm just saying that, do you want to waive the 30-day amendment period on this one or just leave it the way it is? Well, because unless somebody has any real big need, we can leave that one. Okay, I just want to make sure that everything's on the table here. Okay, further comment or question on the motion at hand? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And carried. Okay. So next motion moved by Councillor Kelman, seconded by Councillor Leclerc. I'm going to have to get used to that. That 3 readings and final passage be granted to bylaw number 2025-063 by being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the corporation of the Township of Leeds in the Thousand Islands at its December 11th, 2025 special council meeting. Discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And it is carried. Next item on the agenda is adjournment at 4:08. Sure.
I'd like to thank all the staff for all the hard work that they have done to get this process done today, and appreciate the diligence in the numbers. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so moved by Councillor Leclerc, seconded by Councillor Kelman, that council adjourn the special meeting at 4:08 p.m. All those in favor? All those opposed? And we're carried and adjourned. Thank you. Holy Mackinac, 20 minutes early.